Forget one for all. What if a powerless Deku awakened the terrifying, city-leveling telekinesis of Tatsumaki? A power fueled by sheer will, capable of shattering mountains and villains alike. Would his pure heart control this psychic storm, or would he become a godlike terror?
Welcome, Legends, to Chronos Recom. I wrote this story myself, so if you have any suggestions or what-ifs you want to see, drop it in the comments below. Also, just wanted to let you know I've got a Patreon set up now for anyone who wants to support the channel directly. You can get early access to stories, submit direct fan requests, and get exclusive content. It's totally optional, but if you want to help keep these stories coming, check it out. Links in the description. And don't forget to subscribe, like, and hit that bell so you never miss an upload. Let's dive into this story.
The facility had no windows. That was the first thing All Might noticed as he crashed through the reinforced steel door, his muscles straining against the industrial locks that had kept this place hidden from the world. The air inside tasted sterile, chemical, wrong in a way that made his enhanced senses recoil. Behind him, a team of pro-heroes spread through the corridors, their shocked gasps and horrified shouts echoing through the underground complex. All Might had seen evil before. He'd fought villains who laughed as they killed, monsters who reveled in destruction, criminals who built empires on human suffering. But this was different. This was methodical, clinical. The kind of evil that wore lab coats and kept detailed records. The first room he entered contained rows of glass tubes, each one numbered. Most were empty. Some contained things that had once been children. All Might's fists clenched until his knuckles went white. He forced himself to look, to bear witness, because someone had to remember what had happened here. Further down the hallway, he found the research logs. Hisashi and Izuku Midoriya. Scientists. Quirk researchers. The words on the pages spoke of genetic manipulation, forced quirk activation, compatibility testing. They wrote about their subjects the way a chef might describe ingredients. Child number 7 showed promising initial reactions but expired during the second trial. Child number 14's body rejected the serum. Child number 21 remains stable. Child number 21. All Might moved deeper into the facility, his footsteps heavy in the silence. Past the observation rooms with their one-way mirrors. Past the surgical theaters with their blood-stained tables. Past the incinerator that he refused to examine too closely. At the end of the final corridor, behind a door marked only with the number 21, he found him. The room was white. Pure white. White walls, white floor, white ceiling, white table, white chair. Sitting in that chair, small and impossibly fragile in a white hospital gown, was a boy with green hair and empty eyes. He couldn't have been more than 4 years old. His arms were covered in injection marks, precise and evenly spaced. Electrodes had left marks on his temples. His feet didn't touch the ground when he sat. The boy didn't react to All Might's entrance, didn't flinch at the sound of the door opening, didn't look up. He simply sat there, staring at nothing, his small chest rising and falling with mechanical regularity. "Hello," All Might said softly, kneeling down to the child's level. His massive frame seemed absurd in this tiny room, but he made himself as small as he could. "My name is All Might. I'm a hero. You're safe now." No response, not even a blink. All Might reached out slowly, carefully, and placed one enormous hand on the boy's shoulder. The child's skin was cold. "Can you tell me your name?" For a long moment, nothing. Then in a voice so quiet, All Might had to strain to hear it, the boy spoke. "Specimen 21. Something broke inside the symbol of peace. Not shattered because he'd need to remain strong for what came next, but cracked. Fractured. He looked into those dead green eyes and saw something that shouldn't exist in a child, complete absence. This boy had been so thoroughly broken that he didn't even know he was broken. "No," All Might said firmly. "Not specimen, not a number. You're a child. A person." He checked the medical records attached to the room's wall panel. "Izuku. Your name is Izuku Midoriya." The boy, Izuku, processed this information with no visible emotion. "Izuku," he repeated, as if testing the word. It clearly meant nothing to him. All Might gathered the small body into his arms. Izuku didn't resist, but he didn't relax either. He simply existed, a hollow doll wearing human skin. As they exited the facility, All Might saw police hauling away two figures in lab coats, a woman with green hair and a man who shared Izuku's facial structure. They were arguing about contaminated evidence and improper search procedures. They didn't ask about their son. Izuku watched them pass with the same empty expression he wore for everything else. The next week passed in a blur of hospitals, police statements, and media coverage. The Midoriya experimentation scandal dominated every news channel. The other children from the facility were beyond saving, their bodies and minds too damaged by the procedures they'd endured. Izuku was the only survivor, and even that felt like too generous a term for what he was. All Might visited every day. He brought food that Izuku ate mechanically. He brought toys that Izuku stared at without comprehension. He brought books that Izuku's eyes passed over without reading. The doctors said the boy was physically healthy, all things considered. Mentally, emotionally, psychologically, those were different questions with no easy answers. On the 8th day, All Might made a decision. He couldn't raise this child himself. His work as the symbol of peace demanded too much time, too much energy, too much of himself. Izuku needed consistency, stability, someone who could be there every single day to teach him what it meant to be human. Someone All Might trusted completely. He made a phone call. Gran Torino's house was small, cluttered, and smelled like old tatami mats and the taiyaki he was always eating. The old hero had aged since All Might's training days, his hair completely white now, his frame more compact. But his eyes were still sharp, and when he looked at the hollow child All Might had brought to his doorstep, those eyes softened in a way few people ever witnessed. "You're asking me to raise him," Gran Torino said. "It wasn't a question." "I'm asking you to save him," All Might replied. "His parents destroyed something in him that I don't know how to fix, but you taught me what it means to be a hero. Maybe you can teach him what it means to be human." Gran Torino studied Izuku, who stood perfectly still, looking at nothing. "Kid," he said gruffly, "you like taiyaki?" Izuku's eyes focused on Gran Torino for the first time. "I don't know." "Well, that's a damn shame. Come on, let's fix that." Gran Torino turned and shuffled into his house, leaving the door open. All Might gave Izuku a gentle push, and the boy followed, his movements precise and mechanical. That night, Izuku tasted taiyaki for the first time. He didn't smile, didn't express enjoyment, but he ate 3 of them with something that might have been curiosity. It was the smallest possible beginning, but it was a beginning. All Might left them there. 2 figures sitting in a small kitchen sharing sweets, and prayed that his old mentor could work miracles. The first year was the hardest. Gran Torino had trained heroes before, pushed them past their limits, forged them into weapons against evil. But teaching a broken child how to be human was something else entirely. Izuku followed instructions perfectly, absorbed information like a sponge, and demonstrated absolutely no initiative or emotion. He ate when told to eat, slept when told to sleep, studied when told to study. He was the perfect student, and it was terrifying. Gran Torino took a different approach than most would have. He didn't coddle the boy, didn't treat him like he was fragile. Instead, he treated Izuku like a person who simply needed to learn things that most people took for granted. "Morning, Izuku. We're going on patrol." "Patrol?" "Yeah. We're gonna watch the neighborhood, make sure everyone's safe. That's what heroes do." They walked through the streets of Musutafu, Gran Torino pointing out details. "See that old lady carrying groceries? A hero helps her. See that kid who dropped his ball in the street? A hero gets it for him. See that guy hassling the shopkeeper? A hero steps in." Izuku absorbed it all, categorizing and processing. Helping equals heroism. Protecting equals heroism. Intervening equals heroism. But he didn't feel it yet, didn't understand why. Gran Torino didn't push. He just kept showing him. Months passed. Izuku learned to dress himself with care instead of mechanical efficiency. He learned to choose his own food instead of eating whatever was placed in front of him. He learned to say good morning, thank you, and good night, because those were things people said to each other. Small victories, each one a step away from Specimen 21 and toward Izuku Midoriya, All Might visited regularly, bringing his booming laugh and endless encouragement. Izuku didn't understand why this massive, powerful man spent time with him, but he didn't question it. All Might would ruffle his green hair and tell stories about his battles, about the people he'd saved, about what it meant to be a symbol of hope. Izuku listened, filed the information away, and slowly, very slowly, began to understand that these visits mattered, that he looked forward to them. That disappointment was an emotion he could feel when All Might had to cancel. It was progress. The first real emotion Gran Torino witnessed from Izuku came 14 months after the boy had arrived. They were walking through a shopping district when screaming erupted from a nearby alley. A man with a muscle augmentation quirk had cornered a woman and her daughter, demanding money. Heroes hadn't arrived yet. People were watching, afraid to intervene. Gran Torino was about to step in when he noticed Izuku had gone rigid. The boy's hands were clenched into fists, his breathing had quickened, and his green eyes were locked on the scene with an intensity that was entirely new. "That's wrong," Izuku said quietly. "Yes, it is. Someone should stop it. Yes, they should." Gran Torino waited, watching. Heroes should stop it. But there aren't any heroes here yet. Just us. Izuku looked up at his guardian, and Gran Torino saw something awakening behind those green eyes. Something that recognized injustice, that rejected it, that demanded action. "You're a hero. I'm training to be one. We should stop it." Gran Torino smiled, the first genuine smile he'd given his ward. "Yeah, kid. We should." They walked into the alley together. The mugger barely had time to turn before Gran Torino's fist introduced him to unconsciousness. The woman and her daughter thanked them profusely, crying with relief. Izuku watched their tears, their gratitude, their relief, and something clicked into place in his young mind. This was why heroes existed. Not because it was logical or efficient or part of a routine, because people needed help and it was right to provide it. That night, Izuku asked Gran Torino the first question he'd ever voluntarily posed. How do I become strong enough to stop bad things from happening? Gran Torino looked at the boy, really looked at him, and saw that the empty shell was finally genuinely inhabited. "We start training tomorrow. Real training. Think you can handle it?" "Yes." "Good. Get some sleep, Izuku. You're gonna need it." But sleep didn't come easily that night, because at 3 a.m., Gran Torino was awakened by a sound he'd never heard in his house before, the sound of things floating. He rushed to Izuku's room and found the boy sitting up in bed, surrounded by levitating objects. Books, clothes, the alarm clock, the lamp, all hovering in midair, bathed in a faint green glow. Izuku's eyes were wide with confusion and fear, genuine emotion. I can't stop it." "Don't try to stop it," Gran Torino said calmly, approaching slowly. "Just breathe. Feel it. That's your quirk, kid. It's part of you." "Quirk?" Izuku focused on a floating book, and it slowly lowered to the bed. "I have a quirk? Looks like it. Telekinesis. If I had to guess. A strong one, too." Gran Torino couldn't hide his surprise. The Midoriya's records had said the boy was quirkless, that they'd been trying to force one to manifest through their experiments. Either they'd succeeded and didn't realize it, or the trauma of everything had triggered a latent quirk. Either way, it changed everything. "Is it bad?" Izuku asked, staring at his hands. "No quirk is bad, kid. It's what you do with it that matters." Gran Torino sat on the edge of the bed. "This is a gift, a powerful one, and starting tomorrow, I'm going to teach you how to use it to protect people. That okay with you?" Izuku looked at the objects slowly settling around him, then at Gran Torino. For the first time since All Might had found him in that white room, Izuku smiled. It was small, uncertain, but real. "Yes, I want to protect people." "Then that's what we'll do." The training began in earnest. Gran Torino had trained the symbol of peace himself, had forged the world's greatest hero through brutal, unrelenting regimen. But Izuku was 5 years old and still learning basic human behaviors. The old hero had to find balance between pushing the boy to master his incredible power and ensuring he didn't break the fragile psyche still under construction. They started small, lifting pebbles, then rocks, then boulders. Izuku's telekinesis was raw, but extraordinarily powerful. Gran Torino had never seen a quirk of this magnitude in someone so young. The green-haired boy could lift objects 10 times his size with concentration, could manipulate multiple items simultaneously, could even achieve brief moments of self-levitation. "Focus," Gran Torino would bark during their sessions in the abandoned lot behind his house. "Don't just lift it, control it. Make it part of you." Izuku would furrow his brow, extending his small hands, and the massive concrete block would rise smoothly into the air. Sweat would bead on his forehead from the concentration. But he never complained, never asked to stop. He attacked every training session with the same methodical precision he'd once applied to eating and sleeping. But Gran Torino made sure training wasn't all the boy did. They continued their patrols, now with Izuku using his quirk to help people, retrieving cats from trees with telekinesis, lifting debris from a construction accident, creating barriers of psychic energy to stop a runaway vehicle. Small acts of heroism that taught Izuku not just how to use his power, but when and why. All Might's visits became training sessions too. The symbol of peace would trade blows with Izuku's psychic barriers, testing their strength, teaching the boy to maintain them under pressure. He'd toss objects at high speed for Izuku to catch and redirect. He'd quiz him on hero protocols, villain types, rescue procedures. Young Izuku, All Might said one afternoon when the boy was 7, "Your power is incredible. But what makes a hero isn't their quirk, it's their heart. Never forget that." Izuku nodded seriously. Gran Torino says the same thing. He says, "I can lift buildings, but if I don't know why I'm lifting them, I'm just moving stuff around." All Might laughed, his booming voice filling the training yard. Sorahiko always had a way with words. "How are you doing, truly? Are you happy?" The question seemed to surprise Izuku. He considered it carefully, as he did most things. "I think so. I still remember the facility sometimes. The White Room, the experiments. But Gran Torino says memories don't define you. Choices do. And I choose to be happy here." That's very wise for someone your age. Gran Torino is very wise. I'm lucky he took me in. Izuku looked up at All Might. "I'm lucky you saved me." All Might felt that crack in his heart from 4 years ago seal over slightly. This boy who'd been so thoroughly destroyed, who'd had to learn happiness like a foreign language, was becoming something extraordinary. Not because of his power, but because he was choosing to be. "I'm the lucky one, Izuku. Watching you grow has been one of the greatest privileges of my life." The years continued to pass. Izuku grew from a small, fragile child into a lean, focused young boy. His telekinetic abilities expanded exponentially. By age 8, he could fly. Properly fly, not just hover. He could create barriers strong enough to withstand Gran Torino's full-strength attacks. He could manipulate dozens of objects simultaneously with precision. He could crush concrete with focused psychic pressure. He could generate whirlwinds of telekinetic force that tore through practice targets like paper. Gran Torino named his techniques as they developed them. That rotating barrier? That's gyro-gyro. When you gyro-gyro, when you generate that focused beam of psychic energy? Psycho-stream. That thing where you create a massive tornado of telekinetic force? Terrible tornado. Give them names, kid. Makes them easier to call on in combat. Izuku absorbed the terminology, practiced each technique until it was second nature. He developed his own variations too. Psychic whirlwind for area control, psychic binding to restrain opponents, meteor strike for devastating aerial attacks. His fighting style became fluid, adaptable, overwhelming. But more importantly, his personality developed. The hollow shell was long gone, replaced by a quiet, serious boy with a strong sense of justice. He wasn't outgoing or particularly social, but he was genuine. He spoke carefully and precisely, never stuttering, never uncertain. He helped elderly neighbors with their groceries without being asked. He stopped bullies at the playground with measured force. He read voraciously about hero history, villain tactics, rescue techniques. He became, in many ways, exactly what All Might had hoped for when he brought that broken child to Gran Torino's door. Not a copy of anyone else, but uniquely himself. By age 10, Izuku was strong enough that Gran Torino had to be creative with training. They relocated to remote areas where property damage was acceptable. Izuku would practice lifting increasingly massive objects, cars, trucks, sections of abandoned buildings. He'd practice maintaining barriers while being bombarded by projectiles. He'd practice flight at high speeds, learning to maneuver through complex environments. All Might brought in other heroes to help with specialized training. Manuel taught Izuku about water rescue while the boy used telekinesis to manipulate currents. Ectoplasm created clone armies for Izuku to practice crowd control against. Even Endeavor, despite his personality, spent an afternoon testing Izuku's barriers against his flames, grudgingly impressed when the psychic shields held. "The boy has potential," Endeavor admitted to All Might afterward. "Raw power and decent control, Shame about his origin, but he seems to be overcoming it. He's already overcome it, All Might corrected firmly. Now he's becoming something greater. At age 12, Izuku encountered his first real villain. A group of criminals with enhancement quirks were robbing a bank during one of his patrols with Gran Torino. His guardian was about to intervene when Izuku stepped forward. "Let me handle this," the boy said calmly. Gran Torino studied him for a moment, then nodded. "Your call, kid. I've got your back if you need it." Izuku walked into the bank alone. 5 villains, all larger and older than him, turned to face this green-haired child with confusion that quickly turned to mockery. "Look, it's a lost kid. Shouldn't you be in school, boy?" Izuku's green eyes assessed them with clinical precision. "Leave now and surrender to the authorities. This is your only warning." They laughed. The biggest one, a man with stone-like skin, charged forward. Izuku raised one hand and the man froze mid-step, held immobile by invisible force. With a casual gesture, Izuku sent him flying through the air to crash against the far wall, conscious but restrained by psychic binding. The laughter stopped. What followed was less a fight and more a demonstration. Izuku moved through them like wind through grass. One villain tried to shoot him. The bullets stopped mid-air and dropped harmlessly. Another threw a punch that struck a psychic barrier and resulted in a broken hand. The third attempted to flee. Izuku lifted him off his feet and deposited him with his companions. The fourth and fifth attacked together. Izuku generated a small tornado that sent them spinning before dropping them in an unconscious heap. 30 seconds. 5 villains. 0 damage to the bank or civilians. Gran Torino watched from the doorway with undisguised pride. The boy had power, yes, but more importantly, he had control. Precision. Judgment. He'd neutralized the threat with exactly the force necessary and no more. When the police arrived, they found 5 restrained criminals and a calm 12-year-old sitting on the bank counter, waiting patiently. "You did good, kid," Gran Torino said as they walked home. "Real good. Your power's getting scary strong, but you're keeping your head. That's the important part." "You taught me well," Izuku replied simply. "Yeah, well, you had to put in the work. I just pointed you in the right direction." Gran Torino paused, then spoke more softly. "You know you're going to be a hell of a hero someday, right?" Izuku looked at his guardian, the gruff old man who'd taken in a broken shell and patiently, persistently helped him become human. "I want to be a hero like you, like All Might. The kind who saves people because it's right, not because it's easy." "Then that's what you'll be. Come on, I'm starving. Let's grab some taiyaki." As they walked through the evening streets, Izuku felt something he'd learned to recognize over the years. Contentment. Belonging. Purpose. The White Room and Specimen 21 felt like someone else's nightmare now. He was Izuku Midoriya, student of Gran Torino, friend of All Might, and future hero. At age 14, everything changed during a routine errand. Gran Torino had sent Izuku to buy his favorite taiyaki from a specific vendor in downtown Musatafu. The old hero was particular about his sweets, and Izuku didn't mind the walk. He was passing through a busy shopping district when he heard the commotion. A crowd had gathered, their phones out, recording something. Izuku's instincts, honed by years of patrols and training, immediately went on alert. He pushed through the crowd, his lean frame slipping between adults, until he saw what held their attention. A massive slime villain had engulfed a blonde teenager, suffocating him. The boy was fighting, explosions erupting from his palms, but the slime absorbed each blast and kept constricting. His struggles were weakening. He was dying. Around the scene, pro-heroes stood at a distance. Kamui Woods muttered about unfavorable quirk matchups. Mont Lady complained about the narrow street limiting her effectiveness. Death Arms cited collateral damage concerns. Backdraft was keeping the crowd back, but taking no action himself. Izuku stared at them in disbelief. The victim's eyes were bulging, his face purple, his movements growing sluggish. Seconds mattered. These heroes were standing around making excuses while a child died. Something inside Izuku snapped. Not broke, snapped into place. Every lesson Gran Torino had taught him, every story All Might had shared, every patrol where they'd help people because it was right, not because it was convenient. This was everything heroes were supposed to stand against. The green-haired boy's eyes blazed with righteous fury. A green aura erupted around his body, visible psychic energy crackling like electricity. The temperature dropped, the air pressure changed. Every hero and civilian felt it, an overwhelming presence that demanded attention. Izuku moved. He didn't run, he flew. One moment he was at the edge of the crowd, the next he was in the center of the street, his speed creating a sonic boom that knocked several people backward. The slime villain had no time to react before Izuku's psychic power locked onto the trapped teenager. Psychic pull. The blonde boy was extracted from the slime in an instant, yanked free by invisible force and deposited safely on the pavement 20 feet away. He gasped for air, coughing and sputtering. Alive, the slime villain tried to retaliate, surging toward Izuku in a wave of toxic sludge. Izuku raised both hands, his green aura intensifying until it illuminated the entire street. Terrible tornado. The psychic energy exploded outward in a rotating vortex of devastating force. The slime villain was caught in the center, torn apart on a molecular level by telekinetic winds that exceeded hurricane strength. The creature screamed as it was literally disintegrated, its sludge form unable to maintain cohesion against such overwhelming power. Within seconds, nothing remained but a fine mist that the wind dispersed instantly. The tornado continued, spinning outward in a controlled spiral. Civilians and heroes alike were pushed back by the sheer force, stumbling and struggling to stay on their feet. Cars were shoved aside, street signs bent, windows cracked. The raw power on display was beyond anything most had witnessed outside of All Might's battles. Then, as quickly as it began, the tornado ceased. Izuku stood in the center of a perfectly circular clearing, his green aura still flickering around his body, his expression cold and furious. He turned to face the pro heroes, his voice cutting through the stunned silence. Unfavorable matchup? Collateral damage? Those are your excuses? His words were sharp, precise, each one a condemnation. A child was dying in front of you. Your entire job is to save people. What the hell were you waiting for? Kamui Wood stammered, trying to formulate a response. Matt Lady looked away, unable to meet those blazing green eyes. Death Arms opened his mouth, closed it, said nothing. Pathetic. Izuku looked at them with undisguised contempt. My mentor taught me that being a hero means acting when it matters, not when it's convenient. Remember that next time someone's dying and you're worried about your quirk matchup. With that, Izuku lifted off the ground, psychic energy carrying him into the sky. He flew away without looking back, leaving behind shocked heroes, awed civilians, and dozens of phone cameras that had recorded everything. The blonde teenager, Katsuki Bakugo, watched him go with wide red eyes, something like respect and frustration warring on his face. By that evening, the video had gone viral. Mysterious Esper saves teen, destroys villain, berates pro heroes, dominated every news site. The footage showed everything. The casual extraction of Bakugo, the devastating tornado that annihilated the slime villain, the cold rebuke that left experienced heroes stammering. Media analysts went wild. This individual displayed power exceeding most top 10 heroes. The precision of that rescue was surgical. His criticism of the pros on scene, while harsh, raises valid questions about hero response protocols. The public dubbed him the Tornado of Terror, a mysterious, powerful Esper who appeared and disappeared at will, who saved people with overwhelming force and held heroes accountable for their failures. Nobody knew who he was, where he came from, or why he possessed such incredible abilities, All Might called Gran Torino that night. Sorahiko, I assume you saw the news? Yep. Kid got a bit intense, but he wasn't wrong. Those heroes should have acted sooner. The media is going crazy. They're calling him the Tornado of Terror. Every network wants to identify him. Let them try. Izuku knows how to avoid cameras when he wants to. He'll be fine. There was a pause on the line. He's ready, isn't he? Ready for UA, ready for everything that comes next. Gran Torino looked at Izuku, who was calmly eating taiyaki and reading a hero tactics manual, seemingly unbothered by becoming a viral sensation. Yeah, he's ready. Question is whether UA is ready for him. All Might laughed at that. Fair point. I'll make some calls, ensure his application is processed smoothly. Though with that display today, I suspect they'll be recruiting him rather than vice versa. Probably. Hey, Toshinori? Yes? Thanks for bringing him to me, for trusting me with him. He's become something special. You're the one who raised him, Sorahiko. You made him what he is. No, I just taught him some things. He made himself what he is. That's all him. After the call ended, Gran Torino sat down next to Izuku. You caused quite a stir today, kid. I know. I've been monitoring the news coverage. Analysis suggests 73% positive public reception, with the remaining 27% split between concern about vigilantism and criticism of my approach. Izuku spoke clinically, but there was a hint of something else beneath. Did I go too far? With the heroes, I mean. You spoke truth. Sometimes truth is harsh. Those heroes needed to hear it, even if they didn't want to. Gran Torino studied his ward. You feeling okay about it all? Yes. Someone was dying and they weren't acting. That's unacceptable. If my words make them think twice next time, if they save someone they might have hesitated to help, then it was worth any embarrassment I caused them. Izuku paused. I used a lot of power today, more than I have against real targets before. It felt natural. Right, like all the training finally had a purpose. That's good. That's exactly what it should feel like. You've been preparing for years. Today, you proved you're ready for the real deal. Gran Torino clapped him on the shoulder. UA entrance exam is in 6 months. Think you can handle it? Izuku smiled slightly, that small expression that had once been so hard-won and was now easy and genuine. I think so, though they'll probably want to know why the tornado of terror is applying. Let them wonder. You don't owe anyone explanations. Just go in there, do your thing, and show them what you've got. Understood. By the way, I got your taiyaki. The vendor said to tell you he used extra red bean paste today. Ha! That's what I like to hear. Come on, let's eat before they get cold. They spent the evening as they usually did, eating, talking, reviewing the day. To anyone watching, it would have seemed like an ordinary night for a guardian and his ward. But both knew things had changed. Izuku had stepped onto the public stage as a hero, even if he hadn't announced his identity. The path forward was clear now. In 6 months, he'd take the UA entrance exam, and then the real journey would begin. Over the following months, Izuku's training intensified. Gran Torino pushed him harder than ever, knowing that UA would test every aspect of his abilities. They practiced combat scenarios against multiple opponents. Izuku learned to maintain barriers while simultaneously attacking. He refined his psychic whirlwind technique for crowd control. He developed new applications of his power, gravity manipulation to increase pressure on opponents, mass levitation to lift dozens of objects simultaneously, psychic binding to restrain without injury. All Might arranged training sessions with various heroes, exposing Izuku to different quirk types and fighting styles. Against Endeavor's flames, Izuku learned to create heat-resistant barriers. Against Hawk's speed, he developed faster reaction times and predictive tracking. Against Mirko's raw power, he practiced maintaining shields under sustained assault, but the most important session came 3 months before the exam, when All Might arrived at Gran Torino's house with an unusually serious expression. Young Izuku, there's something I need to discuss with you. Privately, if you don't mind, Sorahiko. Gran Torino raised an eyebrow but nodded, leaving them alone in the training yard. All Might's form shimmered, and suddenly the massive symbol of peace was replaced by a gaunt, skeletal man with sunken eyes. Izuku had known about this form. All Might had explained his injury years ago, but it still struck him how much his mentor sacrificed. I want to tell you about One for All Might began, and he explained everything. The stockpiling quirk, passed from user to user. The battle against All for One, the responsibility of carrying the symbol, and finally, his offer. Young Izuku, you have incredible power, but more than that, you have the heart of a true hero. I've watched you grow from that broken child into someone extraordinary. I believe you could be my successor. I'm offering you One for All. Izuku listened carefully, processing the magnitude of what was being offered, the power to become the next symbol of peace, the legacy of 8 previous users, the responsibility of facing ultimate evil. Finally, he spoke. All Might, I'm honored. Truly. But I have to decline. All Might's surprise was evident. May I ask why? Because I'm already powerful enough, Izuku said simply. One for All should go to someone who needs it to reach their full potential. Someone who can embody the symbol you've created, who can smile and inspire the way you do. I'm not that person. I'm strong, I can fight, I can save people. But I'm not a symbol. I don't want to be. Then what do you want to be? Izuku considered the question. A hero who helps people, not a symbol, not an icon, Just someone who acts when action is needed. One for All deserves someone who can carry its legacy properly. You would carry it properly, All Might insisted gently. Maybe. But there's someone who would carry it better. Have you met Mirio Togata? All Might blinked at the unexpected question. Sir Night Eye's student? The third year at UA? I met him during one of the joint training sessions you arranged. His quirk is difficult to use, but he's mastered it through pure determination. More importantly, he has that smile, that genuine, bright optimism that makes people feel safe. He's exactly the kind of person who should inherit One for All. He'd become a symbol of peace who actually brings peace to people's hearts. All Might sat in silence, absorbing this. Finally, he laughed. Not his booming hero laugh, but a genuine, warm chuckle. Young Izuku, you're wiser than your years. You see clearly what others might miss. Gran Torino taught me to think about what's right, not what's easy or flattering. Accepting One for All would be flattering. It would make me even more powerful, but giving it to Mirio would be right. He needs it more than I do, and he'd use it better. I'll consider your suggestion carefully. Mirio Togata is indeed remarkable. All Might transformed back into his muscular form. But, Izuku, whether you accept One for All or not, I'm still proud of you, prouder than words can express. Thank you, All Might, for everything, for saving me, for believing in me, for giving me the chance to become who I am. The pleasure has been entirely mine, young man. After All Might left, Gran Torino emerged from wherever he'd been pretending not to eavesdrop. Turned down One for All, huh? Yes, it was the right choice. Probably was. You're already scary strong, and you've got your own path to walk. No need to follow in anyone else's footsteps. Gran Torino paused. Your suggestion about Mirio was smart. That kid's got potential. He does, and I think he and All Might would work well together. They're similar in the ways that matter. Izuku stretched, feeling the familiar pull of psychic energy under his skin. I'm going to be a different kind of hero than All Might. That's okay, isn't it? More than okay, kid. The world needs different kinds of heroes. All Might's the symbol of peace, sure. But maybe you'll be something else, something just as important. Gran Torino grinned. Maybe you'll be the tornado that clears away all the rot. Izuku smiled at that. The tornado of terror does have a nice ring to it. Don't let it go to your head. You've still got 3 months of training before UA, and I plan to make them count. Tomorrow, we're working on your meteor strike technique. I want you to be able to launch yourself like a living projectile and maintain barrier integrity on impact. Understood. Should I prepare the medical supplies for when you inevitably critique my form too harshly and I drop a boulder on your foot? Smart-ass kid. That happened once. Twice. Once that counted. The second time was clearly your fault for not maintaining proper control. They bickered good-naturedly as they headed inside. The easy rhythm of their relationship unchanged by momentous offers or world-altering decisions. This was what Izuku had learned over the years with Gran Torino, that strength and power mattered less than the connections you built, the principles you upheld, and the choice to keep moving forward. He'd made his choice about One for All. Now it was time to prepare for the next challenge, proving to UA that the tornado of terror deserved a place among heroes. The day of the UA entrance exam arrived with unseasonable warmth. Izuku stood outside the massive gates, surrounded by nervous teenagers chattering about their quirks, their chances, their dreams. He observed them quietly, his green eyes assessing each potential future classmate with clinical precision. A girl with pink skin and horns was excitedly demonstrating her acid quirk to a group of admirers. A tall boy with engines in his calves was lecturing someone about proper exam etiquette. A short boy with purple balls on his head was making inappropriate comments that earned him disgusted looks. A heterochromatic boy with a distinctive scar stood apart from everyone, his expression carefully blank. Izuku committed their faces to memory, but didn't approach anyone. Social interaction had never been his strength. He could do it when necessary, but he preferred observation and analysis. Besides, he suspected many of these eager students wouldn't pass. The written exam came first. Izuku completed it in 20 minutes, his years of studying with Gran Torino making the questions trivial. Hero law, quirk science, rescue protocols, villain psychology. He'd absorbed all of it and more. He spent the remaining time reviewing his answers, found no errors, and waited patiently for the others to finish. Present Mike, the voice hero, appeared afterward to explain the practical exam with his usual excessive enthusiasm. All right, listeners, time for the main event. You'll be facing combat robots in a mock city. Earn points by destroying them. 1-pointers, 2-pointers, 3-pointers. The more complex the robot, the more points it's worth. A hand shot up, the engine-legged boy. Excuse me, but your handout mentions 4 types of robots. If this is an error in official UA materials, it's extremely disappointing from such a prestigious... Great question, examinee 71111. The 4th robot is a 0-pointer, a massive obstacle to be avoided. It's just there to cause trouble, so focus on the point scorers. Izuku listened carefully. A 0-pointer designed to cause panic and chaos. Interesting. He suspected there was more to it than Present Mike was saying. UA wouldn't include something meaningless in their exam. But he filed the information away and waited for his turn. He was assigned to Battle Center B, separate from most of the students he'd observed earlier. Good. Fewer distractions. As he walked toward the starting gate, a familiar voice called out. Hey! Green hair! Izuku turned to find a girl with brown hair and a bright smile waving at him. Good luck out there. Let's both do our best. Something about her earnest enthusiasm reminded him of the people Gran Torino had taught him to protect. He nodded once. Good luck to you as well. The starting buzzer sounded. Most students were still processing the noise when Izuku launched himself forward, psychic energy propelling him into the mock city at speeds that left the others gaping. He flew 20 feet above the street level, his green aura visible to anyone watching. Scanning for targets, a 3-pointer rounded a corner below him. Izuku extended one hand and the robot crumpled like paper, crushed by invisible force. 3 points. He didn't slow down. 2 1-pointers emerged from an alley. Izuku gestured casually and they collided with each other, exploding in showers of sparks. 2 points. A 2-pointer appeared on a rooftop, likely positioned to surprise ground-level students. Izuku hit it with Psycho Stream, a focused beam of psychic energy that punched through its chassis and detonated its power core. 2 points. In the observation room, the UA faculty watched in stunned silence. Principal Nezu's paws pressed against the monitor showing Battle Center B. Is he flying? Telekinesis, Aizawa said flatly, though his eyes betrayed his interest. Extremely powerful telekinesis. He's not even touching the robots. His efficiency is remarkable, Midnight observed. No wasted movement, no hesitation. He's treating this like a routine patrol. Present Mike whistled. Dude's already got 30 points and we're only 2 minutes in. All Might, standing in the back of the room in his muscular form, smiled slightly. His young friend was showing exactly what he was capable of. Back in Battle Center B, Izuku was systematically dismantling every robot in his path. He'd developed an efficient pattern: fly high for visibility, identify clusters of targets, engage from range with Psycho Stream or Psychic Crush, move on before the debris finished falling. His point total climbed rapidly: 40, 50, 60. Other students were trying to keep up. The brown-haired girl from earlier was making robots weightless and dropping them to shatter on impact. A boy with tape quirk was immobilizing them for others to destroy. A girl with a frog-like appearance was using her tongue and jumping ability to dismantle 1-pointers with precision. But Izuku was in a completely different category. He moved through the exam area like a natural disaster, leaving destruction in his wake. Robots that other students struggled against fell to him in seconds. His control was absolute, his power overwhelming. At the 7-minute mark, he'd accumulated 93 points. He was considering slowing down to let others score when the ground began to shake. The 0-pointer emerged from behind a building, a massive robot easily 50 feet tall, its design intimidating and its movement crushing cars beneath its treads. Students screamed and ran. This was the obstacle Present Mike had warned them about, the thing to avoid. Izuku assessed it with professional interest. No weapons visible, but its size and weight made it dangerous through sheer physical presence. It was heading directly toward a group of fleeing students, including the brown-haired girl from earlier, who appeared to be trapped under some debris. Present Mike's voice echoed across the center. That's the 0-pointer. No points for fighting it. Prioritize your safety. Izuku's eyes narrowed. This was the real test. Not the point-scoring robots, but this moment. When presented with a massive threat and told to run, who would run and who would stand? UA was testing for heroes, not point scorers. He flew directly at the zero-pointer, his green aura intensifying until it was visible even at ground level. Students below watched in awe as this mysterious green-haired boy positioned himself between them and the massive robot. The zero-pointer's sensor arrays locked onto him. It raised one massive arm to swat him aside. Izuku raised both hands, and the world seemed to hold its breath. Terrible tornado. The psychic vortex erupted with even more force than during the slime villain incident. The zero-pointer was caught in the center of a telekinetic hurricane, lifted completely off the ground despite weighing tons. It spun helplessly, its armor plating tearing away, its internal systems exposed and ravaged by the sheer kinetic force. Izuku increased the intensity, his aura blazing like a green sun, and the massive robot began to disintegrate. Metal screamed. Circuits exploded. The zero-pointer was torn apart piece by piece, its components scattered across the mock city like confetti. In less than 10 seconds, the most dangerous obstacle in the exam was reduced to scrap metal raining down across a 3-block radius. Izuku carefully directed the falling debris away from the students below, each piece landing in safe zones. Then he descended to where the brown-haired girl was trapped, lifted the debris with casual telekinesis, and helped her to her feet. "Are you injured?" he asked. She stared at him with wide eyes, then at the devastation he'd just caused. No, I'm fine. You? How did you? Telekinesis. Can you walk? Yes, thank you. That was amazing. You saved everyone. Izuku didn't respond to the praise. He simply nodded and flew back into the air, resuming his systematic destruction of point-scoring robots until Present Mike's voice announced the end of the exam. In the observation room, silence reigned. Finally, Principal Nezu spoke. "Well, I believe we've found this year's top scorer." "He destroyed the zero-pointer," Cementos said unnecessarily, still processing what he'd witnessed. "Completely destroyed it, in seconds." "What, did you see the way he controlled the debris?" Ectoplasm added, directing every piece away from the other students while simultaneously maintaining that massive tornado? That's spatial awareness and multitasking ability beyond most pro heroes. Aizawa leaned forward. "His final point total? 93 villain points," one of the analysts reported. "Plus, we should probably award rescue points for saving the girl and protecting the other students from the zero-pointer debris. 60 rescue points seems appropriate given the scale of the intervention." 153 points total, Nezu calculated, the highest entrance exam score in UA history. By a significant margin. The principal's eyes gleamed with interest. I wonder if he realizes he's the viral sensation from 6 months ago, the tornado of terror. All Might cleared his throat. Should we be concerned about that incident? He did berate pro heroes quite publicly. He berated pro heroes who were standing around making excuses while a child died, Aizawa corrected, surprising everyone. I watched that footage multiple times. His criticism was harsh but accurate. Those heroes should have acted sooner. The erasure hero studied Izuku's image on the screen. This kid has power and isn't afraid to use it. But more importantly, he has judgment. He knew exactly when to act and how much force to apply. That zero-pointer could have been dangerous to the other students if its debris wasn't controlled. He accounted for that. "So we're accepting him?" Present Mike asked. "Are you joking?" Nezu laughed. "If we don't accept him, every other hero school in the country will be trying to recruit him. Young Midoriya is exactly the kind of student UA exists to train. Powerful, yes, but also thoughtful, protective, and driven by genuine heroic impulses." The principal typed rapidly. "I'm putting him in Class 1A, Aizawa. I trust you'll know how to handle someone of his caliber." Aizawa groaned. "You're giving me the tornado of terror and expecting me to teach him restraint? I'm giving you a powerful student with strong fundamentals and expecting you to refine him into a top-tier hero. That's literally your job. Fine, but if he destroys the school, I'm blaming you." All Might chuckled at the exchange. Young Izuku had made quite the impression. Exactly as he'd expected, 1 week later, Izuku received his acceptance letter. The holographic All Might that appeared when he opened it congratulated him on his perfect score and welcomed him to UA's hero course. Gran Torino watched his ward's small smile with satisfaction. "Proud of you, kid. You earned this. Thank you for For everything. I wouldn't be here without your training. Sure you would. You just might have taken a different path, but you walked this one with me, and that means something. Gran Torino pulled out 2 taiyaki from the bag he'd been hiding. Celebration snack. Tomorrow we start preparing you for hero school. UA is going to be different from training with me. How so? You'll have classmates, peers, people your own age who are also trying to become heroes. You'll need to learn to work with them, not just around them. Gran Torino bit into his taiyaki. Also, you're definitely going to stand out. Kid who destroys zero-pointers and flies around with green psychic aura tends to draw attention. Be ready for that. Izuku considered this. I'm not good at social interaction. You're fine at it. You just prefer observation to participation. Nothing wrong with that, but hero work often requires teamwork. Might be good for you to develop those skills. I'll try, though I suspect my classmates will be intimidated. Probably. You are pretty scary when you want to be. That terrible tornado thing? Nightmare fuel for villains. Gran Torino grinned. But you're also the kid who helps old ladies with groceries and rescues cats from trees. They'll figure out you're not as terrifying as you look. I hope so. I don't want to be isolated. You won't be. Just be yourself. The right people will appreciate it. The first day of school arrived with spring sunshine and nervous energy. Izuku wore his UA uniform precisely, his green hair combed neatly, his expression calm. Gran Torino had walked him to the station, offered one last piece of gruff encouragement, and sent him on his way. Class 1A's door was enormous, designed to accommodate students with large quirks. Izuku opened it and entered to find several students already present. The pink-skinned girl from the exam was chatting animatedly with a blonde boy who had a tail. The engine-legged boy was sitting ramrod straight at his desk. The heterochromatic boy was staring out the window. And in the back corner, looking furious as always, was Katsuki Bakugo. Their eyes met for a brief moment. Bakugo's expression flickered with recognition. This was the person who'd saved him from the slime villain, who'd destroyed a zero-pointer, who'd scored higher than anyone in the exam. His pride clearly warred with something else, but he said nothing. Izuku chose a seat near the middle, neither front nor back, and waited. More students filtered in. The brown-haired girl from the exam recognized him and smiled brightly. A boy with red, spiky hair grinned at everyone. A small boy with purple balls on his head immediately started making inappropriate comments toward the girls. Then a caterpillar-looking sleeping bag in the corner moved, and a disheveled man emerged. His hair was long and black, his eyes tired, his overall appearance suggesting he'd rather be anywhere else. "It took you 8 seconds to quiet down," the man said flatly. "Time is precious. Rational students would understand this." The class fell silent immediately. "I'm Shota Aizawa, your homeroom teacher. Put these on and meet me at the training grounds." He tossed a stack of gym uniforms at them. "We're doing a quirk assessment test." A girl with long black hair raised her hand. "What about the entrance ceremony? The orientation?" "We're training heroes. We don't have time for frivolous ceremonies. If you want to be a pro, you need to understand that every moment counts." Aizawa's eyes scanned the room, pausing briefly on Izuku. "Change quickly. Anyone late will be expelled." The class scrambled. Izuku changed efficiently and arrived at the training grounds among the first students. Aizawa was waiting with a softball. In middle school, you were prohibited from using your quirks during physical tests. This created unrealistic measurements of your abilities. Today, we'll conduct a proper assessment. You'll perform 8 physical tests while using your quirks however you see fit. He looked at Bakugo. "You, explosion boy, what was your best softball throw in middle school?" 67 meters, Bakugo said confidently. "Try it with your quirk." Bakugo grinned, wound up, and threw the ball with a massive explosion. It sailed through the air and landed far in the distance. Aizawa held up a device showing the measurement. 705 meters. "See, this is a rational way to measure your capabilities." He addressed the class. "You'll each complete all 8 tests. The person who ranks last will be expelled immediately." Shock rippled through the students. The brown-haired girl protested. "But that's not fair. It's only our first day. Natural disasters aren't fair. Villains aren't fair. Catastrophes that take thousands of lives aren't fair. If you want fairness, you've chosen the wrong profession." Aizawa's voice was cold. "Plus ultra." That's UA's motto. If you can't go beyond, you don't belong here. The tests began. 50-meter dash, grip strength, standing long jump, repeated side steps, ball throw, distance run, seated toe touch, sit-ups. Each student demonstrated their quirk's application to physical challenges. The pink-skinned girl, Mina Ashido, used her acid to propel herself forward in sprints. The engine boy, Tenya Iida, obviously excelled at running. A boy named Mashirao Ojiro used his tail for balance and leverage. The heterochromatic boy, Shoto Todoroki, created ice ramps and platforms. Then came Izuku's turn. He approached the 50-meter dash calmly, and when the timer started, simply flew. He crossed the distance in under a second, faster than Ida despite the latter's speed-specialized quirk. For grip strength, he used telekinesis to apply crushing pressure to the measurement device. It maxed out the meter and bent slightly from the force. Standing long jump? He flew the entire length of the sandbox without touching the ground. Ball throw was where things got interesting. Izuku took the softball, channeled psychic energy through it, and launched it with the same force he'd use for a Psycho Stream attack. The ball became a green streak that disappeared into the sky. Aizawa's device calculated for several long seconds before displaying a number that made the entire class gasp. 3,782 meters. What? Bakugo's explosion of rage was literal, small blasts erupting from his palms. That's impossible. It's telekinesis combined with physical projectile, Izuku explained calmly. I applied force continuously until the ball left my range, which is approximately 3.8 kilometers. Basic physics. Aizawa studied him with unreadable eyes. Continue. The remaining tests were similar demonstrations of overwhelming power applied with perfect control. Izuku didn't showboat or waste energy. He simply completed each task with maximum efficiency, his movements precise and his results consistently extraordinary. When all students had finished, Aizawa displayed the rankings on his device. Izuku was first by a significant margin. Todoroki was second, Bakugo third. At the bottom was a small purple-haired boy named Minoru Mineta, whose quirk seemed designed for completely different applications than physical tests. Mineta, Aizawa said, "You're expelled." The boy burst into tears, pleading for another chance. Aizawa was unmoved. "You ranked last, you knew the stakes, security will escort you out." As Mineta was led away, sobbing, the remaining students stood in shocked silence. This was UA, ruthless, demanding, uncompromising. Only the best survived here. Later in the classroom, students clustered in groups discussing the test. Izuku sat quietly at his desk, reviewing notes until the brown-haired girl approached. "Hi, I'm Ochako Uraraka. We talked briefly at the exam, remember?" Her smile was as bright as before. "I remember. Izuku Midoriya. Your quirk is amazing. Telekinesis that strong must be incredible for hero work." "It's useful," Izuku agreed neutrally. A small group had gathered, drawn by Uraraka's boldness in approaching the clearly strongest student. The red-haired boy extended his hand. "Eijiro Kirishima, that thing you did with the zero-pointer was so manly. I've never seen anything like it." "Thank you." Izuku shook his hand politely. Ida appeared, his movements formal and precise. "Tenya Ida, I must apologize for my behavior during the entrance exam. I attempted to have you silenced for muttering when you were clearly analyzing the situation more thoroughly than I was." "I don't recall that incident," Izuku said honestly. He'd been too focused on the exam to notice anyone trying to quiet him. "Nevertheless, you demonstrated exceptional heroism and capability. I look forward to learning alongside you." More introductions followed. Mina Ashido was energetic and friendly. Mashirao Ojiro was polite and respectful. A boy named Denki Kaminari made electricity-based jokes that fell flat. A girl named Kyokajiro seemed interested in his powers applications. Todoroki approached last, his expression neutral. "Midoriya, your quirk is powerful, as is yours. Ice manipulation demonstrated impressive versatility during the tests." "I only use ice, I don't use my father's." Todoroki stopped himself. "Never mind, I look forward to seeing what you're capable of in actual hero training." "Likewise." The only person who didn't approach was Bakugo, who sat in fuming silence, his red eyes occasionally darting toward Izuku with barely contained frustration. Izuku recognized the expression. Bakugo was someone who defined himself by being the best, and having someone clearly stronger in his class was eating at him. That would probably lead to confrontation eventually. Izuku made a mental note to handle it carefully when it happened. The next morning, Aizawa announced their first hero training exercise. All Might will be instructing you in foundational hero studies. This means combat training. Pay attention, don't die, and remember that you're representing UA in everything you do. All Might arrived in his typical dramatic fashion, bursting through the door. I am here, coming through the door like a normal person. The class erupted in excitement. All Might, the symbol of peace, teaching their class directly? It seemed impossible. Today, young heroes will be conducting battle trials. You'll split into teams of 2, heroes versus villains in mock urban combat. All Might gestured to cases emerging from the wall. First, costume up. I had these designed based on your applications. Look good while fighting evil. In the changing room, Izuku examined his costume. Green bodysuit with white accents designed for maximum mobility and minimal air resistance. No cape, he'd specified that capes were impractical for flight-based combat. Reinforced gloves and boots. A simple half mask that left his mouth free for breathing and communication. It was practical, professional, and distinctly his own. When the class reconvened at Ground Beta, All Might's eyes definitely lingered on Izuku longer than the others. The boy looked like a proper hero now, ready for action. All right, team assignments. All Might pulled lots randomly. Young Midoriya and young Uraraka will be the first hero team. Young Bakugo and young Ida will be the villain team. Izuku noted Bakugo's expression shift from angry to predatory. Of course, the explosive boy had been waiting for a chance to prove himself against the person who'd surpassed him in every measurable way. The villain team will guard a nuclear weapon on the building's top floor. The hero team must either capture the villains with this capture tape or touch the weapon. Villains win by capturing the heroes or running out the time limit of 15 minutes. Use your quirks, but no life-threatening attacks. I'll stop the exercise if things get too dangerous. Bakugo and Ida entered the building first. Izuku and Uraraka had 5 minutes to plan. So, what's the strategy? Uraraka asked nervously. You're obviously super strong, so I'll follow your lead. Izuku considered the scenario. Bakugo is emotional and aggressive. He'll come for me directly, leaving Ida to guard the weapon. We should split up. You use your zero gravity to navigate the building quickly and reach the weapon. I'll engage Bakugo and keep him occupied. Are you sure? He seemed really intense about fighting you. I'm sure. Your quirk is perfect for this scenario. Touch the weapon and we win immediately. Izuku's green eyes were calm. I can handle Bakugo. All Might's voice boomed over the speakers. Begin! Izuku flew directly through the building's front entrance, not bothering with stealth. Uraraka went through a side entrance, immediately touching walls and making herself weightless to float upward. Bakugo appeared on the 3rd floor, explosions already primed in his palms. Deku, I've been waiting for this. Izuku landed on the floor across from him. My name is Izuku, not Deku, and this is a training exercise, not a grudge match. Shut up! You think you're so much better than me? Stronger quirk, higher scores, everyone talking about the amazing tornado of terror. Bakugo's rage was palpable. I'll show you. I'm going to be number 1, not you. He launched forward with explosive propulsion, his right hand pulled back for a devastating blast. Izuku raised a psychic barrier, and Bakugo's explosion detonated harmlessly against invisible force. The shockwave rattled windows, but Izuku didn't move. You're talented, Izuku said calmly, but you're fighting emotionally. That's a weakness. I'll show you weakness. Bakugo ricocheted off walls, attacking from multiple angles, each explosion larger than the last. The building shook from the repeated concussive force. Izuku dodged the first few attacks, then caught Bakugo mid-flight with telekinesis. The explosive boy froze in midair, held immobile by invisible force. Listen to me, Izuku said quietly. You have potential. Your quirk is powerful and versatile. Your combat instincts are sharp, but you're so focused on proving you're the strongest that you're not thinking like a hero. This exercise isn't about our personal rivalry. It's about capturing villains and protecting civilians. Where are your teammates? What's your actual objective? Why are you fighting me instead of guarding the weapon? Bakugo struggled against the telekinetic grip, explosions erupting uselessly from his palms. Let me go. In a real scenario, a villain would have killed you by now. You charged in alone, abandoned your partner, and focused entirely on personal combat. That's not heroism. That's ego. Izuku released him, letting Bakugo drop to his feet. I'm not your enemy. Redirect your energy toward becoming a better hero instead of proving you're better than me. Bakugo stood there, breathing hard, his expression twisted with rage and something else, maybe frustration at hearing truth he didn't want to acknowledge. Before he could respond, All Might's voice echoed through the building. Hero team wins. Young Uraraka has captured the weapon. Bakugo's eyes went wide. While he'd been focused on Izuku, Uraraka had floated through the building, avoided Ida completely through vertical navigation, and tagged the weapon. They'd lost because he'd abandoned the objective. In the observation room, the class watched in stunned silence. Izuku hadn't thrown a single attack. He'd simply talked while effortlessly defending, letting his partner complete the objective. That was strategic, Todoroki observed. He totally played Bakugo, Kaminari added. Knew the dude would come charging in angry and used it against him. Aizawa nodded slightly. Midoriya was demonstrating exactly the kind of tactical thinking and emotional control that made great heroes. Overwhelming power was one thing, but the wisdom to use it appropriately was something else entirely. When they returned to the observation room, Bakugo looked ready to explode again. All Might quickly addressed the class. Excellent work, everyone. The MVP of this exercise was young Uraraka. What? Bakugo's voice cracked with disbelief. She just floated to the weapon. She didn't even fight. Exactly. All Might beamed. She accomplished the objective efficiently and effectively. Young Midoriya recognized his partner's quirk was perfect for the scenario and created a strategy around it. That's tactical thinking. Meanwhile, young Bakugo, you abandoned your partner and objective to pursue personal combat. That's the opposite of heroic behavior. A girl with a ponytail, Momo Yaoyorozu, raised her hand. If I may, Midoriya's approach was textbook hero strategy. He identified the optimal path to victory, communicated clearly with his partner, and adapted the plan based on enemy behavior. His restraint in not attacking Bakugo directly showed maturity and control. Izuku nodded slightly at her analysis. Thank you. Though I should note that Uraraka deserves equal credit. She executed the plan perfectly despite the pressure. Uraraka blushed at the praise. I just did what you said. You trusted me and performed flawlessly. That's good teamwork. More teams went through exercises. Todoroki and a girl named Mezzo Shoji dominated their match with overwhelming quirk advantage. Ida and Bakugo got a rematch as heroes and won through Ida's speed. Kaminari and Jiro struggled against Yaoyorozu's tactical brilliance, but everyone kept thinking about that first match, about how Izuku had won without attacking, about how he'd read Bakugo completely and used it to secure victory. The Tornado of Terror was living up to his reputation. As classes continued over the following days, patterns emerged. Izuku excelled in every academic subject, his years of study with Gran Torino giving him knowledge that exceeded most pro-heroes. He dominated practical exercises, his power and control making most challenges trivial. He worked well with others when required, but clearly preferred operating independently. He also attracted attention whether he wanted it or not. Students would watch him during lunch, whispering about the entrance exam. Teachers would use him as an example of proper quirk control. Media outside the school gates tried to get interviews with the Tornado of Terror. Though Izuku avoided them completely, Bakugo continued to simmer with resentment, but stopped directly confronting Izuku. The explosive boy wasn't stupid. He'd recognized that Izuku was genuinely trying to help during their match, even if he hated admitting he needed help. Todoroki observed Izuku with calculating interest, clearly trying to figure out what made someone so powerful tick. Uraraka had developed something of a friendship with Izuku, her friendly nature eventually wearing down his reserved exterior. They'd eat lunch together occasionally, with Uraraka chattering about hero news while Izuku listened and offered occasional comments. Ida had appointed himself as Izuku's friend through sheer determination, constantly engaging him in discussions about hero ethics and proper conduct. Izuku found it exhausting but appreciated the genuine respect behind it. And then, 2 weeks into the semester, Aizawa made an announcement. Tomorrow we're visiting the USJ, the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. You'll be training in rescue scenarios with Pro Hero 13. This is mandatory, so don't be late. The class buzzed with excitement. Real rescue training at a specialized facility? This was exactly what they'd come to UA for. Izuku felt something shift in his chest. A sense of anticipation, maybe, or premonition. Something was coming. Something important. He was right. The bus ride to USJ was filled with typical student chatter. Kaminari made jokes, Mina gossiped about hero rankings, Ida tried to organize everyone into proper seating arrangements. Izuku sat quietly near the window, watching the city pass by. Uraraka sat next to him. You excited? Rescue training sounds amazing. It's an important skill set. Heroes save more people through rescues than combat in most scenarios. Yeah, but it's still cool. I wonder what kind of disasters they have simulated? Fires? Earthquakes? Probably multiple environmental hazards to test versatility. 13 specializes in space rescue, so likely some zero-gravity scenarios as well. Their conversation was interrupted by Bakugo's voice from across the bus. Hey, stop acting like Midoriya is so special. So what if he has a strong quirk? I'm still gonna be the #1 hero. No one said you wouldn't be, Tsuyuasui responded in her characteristically blunt manner. But Ribbit, Midoriya is objectively stronger than you right now. That's just facts. Bakugo's explosion of rage was predictable. Kirishima had to physically hold him back, while Aizawa threatened to use his erasure quirk if everyone didn't calm down. Izuku ignored the commotion. Bakugo's insecurity wasn't his problem to solve. They arrived at USJ to find 13 waiting at the entrance. The space hero was exactly as advertised, kind, enthusiastic about rescue work, and deeply knowledgeable about disaster response. The facility itself was impressive, a massive dome containing different disaster zones, landslide zone, fire zone, flood zone, and more. Welcome, students. 13 greeted warmly. Today, you'll learn that hero work isn't just about fighting villains. It's about saving people from all kinds of dangers. Your quirks are powerful tools, but they can also cause harm if misused. My own quirk, Black Hole, can save people or kill them, depending on how I apply it. The same is true for all of you. The speech was earnest and well-intentioned. Izuku listened carefully, appreciating the perspective. His own power was definitely capable of massive destruction. He'd proven that multiple times. Learning to save without destroying was crucial. Aizawa stood near the entrance, his capture weapon ready. Izuku noticed his teacher was more tense than usual, eyes scanning the facility constantly. Something was bothering him. Then the lights flickered. A dark portal opened in the central plaza and figures began emerging. Dozens of them, then hundreds. Villains of all types, all quirks, all sizes, and at the front, a figure made of purple mist and another covered in disembodied hands. Stay together, Aizawa barked immediately. 13. Protect the students. The hand-covered villain, Tamura Shigaraki, spoke in a raspy, childish voice. Where is he? We came all this way to kill All Might, and he's not even here? That's not fair. The mist villain, Kurogiri, responded in cultured tones. Patience, Tamura. We'll make do. The students will serve as adequate bait. Izuku's eyes narrowed. This was a coordinated attack. Villains had infiltrated UA's training facility specifically to target All Might. The logistics of that suggested intelligence gathering, inside information, and careful planning. These weren't random criminals, this was an organization. Kaminari, Aizawa said urgently, try to contact the school. Tell them we have villains. Kaminari pulled out his phone, then his face went pale. No signal. They're jamming us. Of course they are. Aizawa's capture weapon unfurled. 13, evacuate the students. I'll hold them off. Sensei, you can't fight all of them alone. Izuku stepped forward, his green aura beginning to flicker to life. Let me help. No, your job is to protect your classmates and escape. That's an order, Midoriya. Aizawa looked at him seriously. I know you're powerful, but you're still a student. This is what pros are for. Before Izuku could argue, Aizawa leaped into the villain horde, his capture weapon flying. His quirk erased their abilities one by one, his hand-to-hand combat skills compensating for his lack of offensive quirk. He was magnificent, one man against an army, holding the line through pure skill and determination. But even he couldn't hold forever. Kurogiri warped in front of the students, his mist form blocking their escape route. I'm afraid I cannot allow you to leave. You're integral to our plan. Everyone, get back. 13 extended an arm, activating Black Hole. The suction effect caught Kurogiri's mist form, pulling him toward the void, but Kurogiri warped behind 13, opening a portal that redirected the Black Hole's suction back at its user. 13's own quirk tore through their hero costume, causing severe injury. The space hero collapsed. No, Uraraka screamed. Kurogiri's voice remained calm. Now then, shall we scatter you across the facility? Let's see how well you fare against our associates individually. His mist expanded, portals opening beneath students. Izuku felt the warp quirk trying to grab him, felt the spatial distortion. He reacted instantly, throwing up a psychic barrier around himself and the students nearest him, Uraraka, Ida, and a few others. But the rest weren't fast enough. Bakugo, Kirishima, Todoroki, Asui, and more were pulled through portals and disappeared. Damn it, Izuku's barrier held against Kurogiri's warp, the two quirks struggling against each other. The mist villain seemed surprised that anyone could resist. Interesting. Such young students, yet one has enough power to resist my warp gates? How unexpected. Izuku didn't respond verbally. He simply expanded his barrier explosively, the psychic force blasting Kurogiri backward. Then he turned to Ida. Run, get to the school, tell them we need backup immediately. But that's not a request. You're the fastest. You have the best chance of escaping and getting help. The rest of us will survive until then, but we need pro heroes here now. Ida's expression hardened with determination. I won't let you down. He activated his quirk and rocketed toward the exit, his engines screaming at full power. Kurogiri tried to intercept, but Izuku hit him with Psycho Stream, the focused psychic beam disrupting his mist form long enough for Ida to escape through the door. You're going to regret that, Kurogiri said, reforming. Tamura won't be pleased. I don't care what Tamura thinks. Izuku's aura blazed brighter. Uraraka, check on 13, see if there's anything you can do. I'll handle this. Izuku, you can't. I can, trust me. Uraraka hesitated, then nodded and ran to 13's side. The injured hero was still breathing, still conscious, but in no condition to fight. Izuku turned his full attention to Kurogiri. The mist villain had shown two capabilities, warping and creating portals. Dangerous, but not insurmountable. Izuku just needed to prevent him from using either. You're confident for a child, Kurogiri observed, but confidence without power is simply arrogance. I have plenty of power. Izuku extended both hands, and the very air around Kurogiri began to compress. Telekinetic force pressed in from all directions, constraining the mist form, forcing it to condense. You're made of mist, which means you're still matter, and matter can be compressed. Kurogiri tried to warp away, but Izuku's psychic grip followed him through the portal, maintaining pressure. The mist villain found himself unable to fully disperse, his warp gates unstable under the continuous compression. Impossible. How are you maintaining your quirk through my portals? Telekinesis doesn't need line of sight if I've already established a grip. Your portals don't break my connection. Izuku increased the pressure. Surrender. You can't escape, and I can compress you until you lose consciousness from the pressure. Down in the plaza, Aizawa was being overwhelmed. Dozens of villains pressed in from all sides, and even his incredible skills couldn't hold them all off forever. Izuku saw his teacher taking hits, wearing down, struggling. A massive figure emerged from the shadows behind Aizawa. Huge, muscular, with a brain visible through its skull. It moved with disturbing speed and grabbed Aizawa's arm, lifting the pro hero like he weighed nothing. That's our Nomu, Shigaraki said gleefully. Designed specifically to kill All Might, shock absorption quirk plus super regeneration plus enhanced strength. It's perfect. The Nomu slammed Aizawa into the ground with devastating force. The crack of bone echoed through the facility. Aizawa didn't get up. Izuku's eyes went cold. His teacher was down. Dozens of students were scattered across the facility, fighting for their lives. A monster designed to kill All Might was rampaging. And these villains had planned all of this, had invaded UA's territory, had attacked children. The green aura around his body exploded into brilliant, blazing light. Change of plans, Izuku said quietly. He redirected his telekinetic grip on Kurogiri, slamming the mist villain into the ground with enough force to crack concrete. Stay down. Then he flew. Not a controlled flight, but a ballistic launch that broke the sound barrier. He crossed the distance to the plaza in under a second, his fist drawn back, psychic energy coating it like armor. The Nomu had just raised Aizawa for another slam when Izuku's punch connected with its face. The impact created a shockwave that shattered windows throughout the facility. The Nomu was launched backward, crashing through 3 separate disaster zones before embedding in a wall. Izuku landed next to Aizawa, quickly assessing injuries. Broken arm, fractured ribs, possible concussion. Serious but treatable if they got him medical attention soon. He erected a psychic barrier around his teacher's unconscious form, then turned to face the villains. "You made a mistake coming here," he said, his voice carrying across the plaza despite its quietness. "A big one." Shigaraki tilted his head, studying Izuku with interest visible even through the hand covering his face. "Ooh? And what mistake was that? You assumed students would be easy targets." Izuku's green eyes blazed with cold fury. "You're about to learn otherwise." The Nomu pulled itself from the wall, its shocked absorption quirk having dampened most of the impact. Its regeneration was already healing the damage from Izuku's punch. It roared, a horrible, inhuman sound, and charged. Izuku didn't move. He simply raised one hand, and the Nomu stopped mid-charge, held in mid-air by telekinetic force. It struggled, its enhanced strength straining against the invisible grip, but Izuku's power was absolute. "Shock absorption," he said analytically. "Interesting. Let's test its limits." He began to compress. The Nomu's body was squeezed from all directions, its shock absorption quirk activating constantly to disperse the pressure. But Izuku kept increasing the force, pouring more and more psychic energy into the compression. The Nomu's regeneration fought against the crushing pressure. Its enhanced strength pushed back. It wasn't enough. The sounds of breaking bones echoed through the plaza. The Nomu screamed. Izuku's expression never changed. "Stop! Stop it!" Shigaraki's childish voice turned frantic. "That's our weapon. You can't just... psychic crush." The final compression was devastating. The Nomu's body was crushed into a dense ball of biological matter, its quirks unable to regenerate or absorb fast enough. When Izuku released the pressure, the creature slumped to the ground, barely alive, no longer a threat. Every villain in the plaza stood frozen, staring at this green-haired student who just defeated their ultimate weapon in seconds. Izuku turned to face them all. "You have 2 options. Surrender now, or I make you surrender. Choose quickly." The answer came in the form of dozens of quirks activating simultaneously. Fire, ice, strength enhancements, mutations, projectiles, all directed at this one teenage boy who just threatened an army. Izuku sighed. Wrong choice. What followed was less a battle and more a natural disaster. Izuku rose into the air, his green aura expanding until it engulfed the entire plaza. Then he unleashed terrible tornado. The psychic vortex caught every villain in its grip, lifting them off their feet, spinning them helplessly through the air. Izuku carefully calibrated the force, enough to incapacitate and disorient, but not enough to kill. These were villains, yes, but he wasn't an executioner. The tornado raged for 15 seconds, villains screaming as they spun through the crushing winds. Then Izuku dropped them all simultaneously, using psychic binding to restrain each one the moment they hit the ground. Dozens of criminals, all immobilized in an instant. Only Shigaraki remained standing, having avoided the tornado through Kurogiri's last-second warp. The villain leader looked at the devastation around him, his army defeated, his Nomu broken, his plan in ruins. This isn't how it was supposed to go, he muttered, scratching at his neck frantically. We had the perfect plan, the perfect weapon. All Might was supposed to die. Students were supposed to be easy. Why? Why did you have to be so strong? Because someone taught me to be, Izuku said simply. He flew toward Shigaraki, one hand extended to finish this. Kurogiri appeared between them, his mist form unstable but still functional. We must retreat, Tamura. This battle is lost. No, we came here to kill All Might. We can't just... Now, Tamura. The portal opened beneath them both, and they disappeared. Izuku's hand closed on empty air, and he'd been a second too slow. Frustration flickered across his face, but he pushed it down. The important thing was that the students were safe, Aizawa would survive, and the villains had failed their objective. He could accept the leaders escaping if it meant protecting everyone else. He landed back in the plaza and began checking on the restrained villains, ensuring none had serious injuries. His training with Gran Torino included field medicine. Heroes needed to stabilize both allies and enemies until proper medical care arrived. A massive crash announced All Might's arrival, the symbol of peace having been alerted by Ida and rushing to USJ at full speed. He took in the scene, Dozens of restrained villains, Aizawa unconscious but protected by a barrier, the destroyed Nomu, and in the center of it all, one green-haired student calmly performing first aid. Young Midoriya, All Might said, his voice uncharacteristically serious. What happened here? Izuku looked up at his mentor and friend. Villains attacked. They were after you specifically. I protected my classmates and neutralized the threats. The leaders escaped, but everyone else is secure. All Might surveyed the damage with experienced eyes. The scale of destruction, the number of defeated villains, the precision of the restraints. This was the work of someone operating at pro-hero level or higher, and young Izuku had done it all while protecting others. You saved everyone, All Might said quietly. That's what heroes do. Izuku returned to his medical checks, his hands steady despite everything he'd just been through. Other students began emerging from the disaster zones, having either defeated or evaded the villains they'd been scattered among. Todoroki had frozen an entire zone solid. Bakugo and Kirishima had beaten their way through their attackers. Asui had used guerrilla tactics in the flood zone. They all stopped when they saw the plaza, saw the dozens of unconscious or restrained villains, saw the destroyed Nomu, saw Izuku calmly working while All Might stood watch. Holy crap, Kaminari whispered. Did Midoriya do all this? Appears so, Tokoyami replied, his dark shadow quirk still active and alert. It's just impressive. Bakugo's expression was complicated. Anger at being outdone again, grudging respect at the sheer scale of what Izuku had accomplished, frustration at his own limitations. He said nothing, but his fists clenched. Todoroki studied Izuku with new interest. This power, this control, this willingness to act, it was everything his father had tried to force into him through abuse and training. Except Midoriya had achieved it naturally, without anyone breaking him. How? Professional heroes arrived minutes later, Snipe, Ectoplasm, Present Mike, and more. They took over securing the villains, treating the injured, and documenting the scene. Izuku gave his statement clearly and concisely. Villain attack, objectives, actions taken, results achieved. Pure professional efficiency. The students were evacuated to the school, where medical staff checked everyone for injuries. Izuku had a few bruises from the initial confrontation with Kurogiri, nothing serious. Aizawa was in worse shape but would recover fully with time. Principal Nezu called an emergency meeting that evening. All the teachers, All Might, the police, and Izuku himself. The small principal looked at the green-haired boy with his impossibly intelligent eyes. Midoriya, you understand the gravity of what happened today? Yes, sir. A villain organization infiltrated UA's training facility with the specific objective of killing All Might. They possessed intelligence about our schedule and location. This suggests either inside information or extensive surveillance capabilities. Precisely. And your response to this threat was to engage multiple villains, defeat a creature designed to kill the symbol of peace, and protect both your teacher and classmates while sustaining minimal casualties. Nezu's tone was approving. That's exceptional performance under extreme circumstances. I did what was necessary. You did what many professional heroes would struggle to do. Detective Tsukauchi spoke up, his lie detection quirk having already verified Izuku's entire statement. The villains you defeated are being processed now. The one you called Nomu is unlike anything we've seen. Artificially created, multiple quirks designed for combat. Whoever made it has resources and knowledge that concern us greatly. The leaders escaped, Izuku said, slight frustration coloring his tone. Shigaraki and Kurogiri. They'll attack again. Undoubtedly, but you've given us valuable intelligence about their capabilities and objectives. That will help immensely. Tsuchika flipped through his notes. Your description of Shigaraki's behavior suggests instability and childishness, but also genuine danger. Kurogiri's warp quirk is highly problematic for conventional hero responses. All Might placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Young man, you saved countless lives today. Your classmates, your teacher, possibly even myself if I'd arrived before you'd neutralized their weapon. That's heroism of the highest order. I was just applying my training. Gran Torino taught me to act when it matters. Sorahiko taught you well. Nezu smiled. However, we need to discuss how this incident will be handled publicly. The media will learn about the attack. They always do. We need to control the narrative. The discussion continued for another hour. It was decided that the basic facts would be released. Villain attack at USJ, heroes and students responded, villains defeated or escaped, everyone's safe. Izuku's specific role would be downplayed slightly, credited as students working together rather than one student defeated everyone. This wasn't to diminish his accomplishment, Nezu explained, but to avoid making him a target for villain retribution. The less they knew about the student who destroyed their Nomu, the better. Izuku accepted this reasoning. He didn't need public recognition. He just needed to protect people. When he finally returned to Gran Torino's house that night, exhausted and sore, his mentor was waiting with hot food and a knowing expression. Saw the news. Big villain attack at USJ. You okay, kid? I'm fine. Aizawa-sensei was injured, but he'll recover. The villains were targeting All Might specifically. And you stopped them. Gran Torino studied his ward. You did good, Izuku. Real good. But how are you feeling about it all? Izuku considered the question carefully. I was scared at first, when the villains appeared, when they scattered everyone, when that Nomu hurt Aizawa-sensei. But then the training kicked in. Everything you taught me about staying calm, assessing threats, protecting people, it all made sense in the moment. That's exactly what training is for, so when the real deal happens, you're ready. Gran Torino handed him a plate of food. Eat, then get some sleep. You've earned it. Gramps? Yeah? Thank you for everything, for teaching me not just how to be strong, but when and why to use that strength. Today I was able to save people because you taught me to think like a hero, not just fight like one. Gran Torino's gruff exterior cracked slightly, revealing the genuine affection beneath. You did the saving, kid. I just pointed you in the right direction. Now eat your damn food before it gets cold. They ate together in comfortable silence, guardian and ward, hero and student. Outside, the media continued their frenzied coverage of the USJ incident. Inside, two people who'd found family in each other simply enjoyed a meal together. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. But tonight, they were just home. The aftermath of the USJ incident rippled through UA and the hero community. Security was increased dramatically. Teachers were assigned to patrol routes. Students were given emergency protocols and communication devices. The school was making sure nothing like this could happen again. Classes resumed after a 3-day break, during which Izuku spent his time training with Gran Torino and reviewing the attack. They analyzed what had gone right, what could have been done better, how to handle similar situations in the future. The leaders escaped because I focused on protecting everyone else first, Izuku noted during one session. If I'd pursued them immediately, I might have caught them. And if you'd pursued them, someone else might have gotten hurt or killed while you were gone. You made the right call, kid. Protecting people always comes before catching criminals. Gran Torino launched a surprise attack, which Izuku blocked casually. Besides, they'll surface again. Villains like that always do. You'll get another chance. When school resumed, Izuku found himself treated differently by his classmates. Some were awed, some were intimidated, some were grateful. Uraraka thanked him repeatedly for protecting her. Ida praised his strategic thinking. Even Bakugo seemed slightly less hostile, though he'd never admit it. Todoroki approached him during lunch one day. Midoriya, can we talk? Of course. They found a quiet corner of the cafeteria. Todoroki's heterochromatic eyes studied Izuku intently. You're strong. Stronger than anyone else in our class, maybe stronger than most pros. How? Training. Practice. My quirk awakened when I was young, and my guardian spent years helping me master it. That's not what I mean. Todoroki's voice dropped. You're powerful, but you're not broken. My father has immense power, but it came with a cost. Abuse, obsession, cruelty. Yet you have power without any of that corruption. How? Izuku was quiet for a moment, considering how much to share. I was broken once. Before my quirk, before UA, before I knew what a hero was. That someone saved me and taught me that strength without purpose is just destruction. Gran Torino showed me that power is a tool, nothing more. It's what you build with that tool that matters. Your guardian sounds wise. He is. Gruff and blunt, but wise. Izuku looked at Todoroki directly. Why are you asking me this? Because I need to understand if it's possible, to be strong without becoming like him, like Endeavor. Todoroki's left side, his fire side, flickered slightly. I refuse to use this power because it's his, because using it means accepting what he did to get it. But you have power and no resentment. I want to know how. Power doesn't belong to the person who gave it to you. It belongs to you and what you choose to do with it. Izuku's tone was gentle but firm. Your fire quirk is yours, not your father's. Using it doesn't validate his actions. It just means you're using every tool available to save people. That's what heroes do. Todoroki absorbed this, his expression thoughtful. I'll consider your words. Thank you, Midoriya. As Todoroki left, Izuku reflected on the conversation. Everyone carried their own burdens, their own struggles with power and purpose. His origin as an experiment had given him one perspective. Todoroki's abusive upbringing had given him another. But they were both trying to become heroes despite their pasts. That was worth respecting. The week continued with normal classes, though normal at UA was fairly intense. Rescue training with 13, combat analysis with All Might, quirk theory with ectoplasm, hero law with Present Mike. Izuku excelled in all of it, his combination of natural talent and extensive training giving him advantages others lacked. Then Aizawa, still bandaged from his USJ injuries but insistent on teaching, made an announcement. The UA Sports Festival is in 2 weeks. It's the biggest event of the year, broadcast nationwide, watched by millions, including pro heroes scouting for sidekicks and interns. This is your chance to show the world what you're capable of. The class erupted in excitement. The sports festival was legendary, a tournament where students could prove themselves, earn recognition, and attract the attention of top heroes. Winning could launch a career. Due to the villain attack, there was discussion about canceling, Aizawa continued. But the administration decided that canceling would show fear and weakness. UA will not bow to villain threats. The festival will proceed as scheduled with enhanced security. Bakugo stood up, his expression fierce. I'm going to win. I'll show everyone that I'm the strongest. Todoroki's eyes flickered to Izuku briefly before he spoke. Many people will be competing. Declaring victory before it's earned is premature. I earned it already! I'm the best in this class! You're not even the best in this row, Kaminari muttered, earning a small laugh from others and a furious glare from Bakugo. Izuku listened to the bickering with mild interest. The sports festival would be a test, certainly, an opportunity to showcase his abilities to pro heroes who might offer valuable internships. But more than that, it would be a chance to measure himself against his peers, to see how far he'd come and how far he still had to go. That evening, he called Gran Torino to discuss strategy. Sports festival, huh? Big deal. Lots of publicity, lots of pressure. How you feeling about it? Confident. My quirk gives me significant advantages in most competitive scenarios, but I don't want to be arrogant. What should I focus on? Control and precision. You can blow away the competition, literally, but that's not always the best approach. Show them you're powerful, sure, but also show them you're smart, that you can win without excessive force, that you're thinking 3 steps ahead. Gran Torino paused. Also, make connections. Pro heroes will be watching. Some of them are worth learning from. Any heroes you'd recommend? Hawks, if he's there. Fast, smart, tactical. Mirko, if you want pure combat intensity. Edge shot for precision and control. All of them could teach you things I can't. Another pause. And Izuku? Have fun with it. Competition can be enjoyable. Don't make it all business. I'll try. Thank you, Gramps. Kick some ass, kid. Show them what Sorahiko Torino's student can do. The 2 weeks before the festival passed in intensive training. Izuku pushed his quirk to new limits, developing techniques specifically for tournament scenarios. Psychic binding became more refined, able to restrain without injury. Gyro evolved into a defensive technique that could deflect ranged attacks. He practiced flight maneuvers that would work in confined spaces. His classmates were training just as hard. Bakugo was obsessed with victory, training until exhaustion every night. Todoroki was pushing his ice quirk to new extremes while still refusing to use his fire. Uraraka was working on her zero gravity's duration and range. Even typically laid-back students like Kaminari were putting in serious effort. The morning of the sports festival arrived with perfect weather and massive crowds. The stadium was packed with spectators, cameras, and professional heroes. Izuku could feel the electric anticipation in the air as Class 1A gathered in their waiting room. Present Mike's voice boomed across the stadium. Welcome to the UA Sports Festival. Today, our first-year students will compete for glory, recognition, and the chance to prove they're the next generation of heroes. The crowd roared. Izuku felt a small flutter of nervous energy, not fear, but excitement. This was it. Class 1A was called onto the field alongside Classes 1B, General Studies, and Support classes. Hundreds of students all hoping to make their mark. Midnight, serving as the chief referee, stood on the central platform in her revealing costume. Time for the student pledge. Her sultry voice carried across the stadium. From Class 1A, Katsuki Bakugo will represent the first years. Bakugo stomped up to the microphone with his characteristic scowl. The crowd waited for an inspiring speech. "I'm going to win," Bakugo declared bluntly. "All of you are just stepping stones." The crowd went silent. Then the booing started. Other classes shouted insults. Even some of 1A looked embarrassed. Izuku sighed quietly. Bakugo's pride was going to make enemies unnecessarily, but that was his choice to make. Midnight cracked her whip to restore order. Well then, let's begin. The first event is an obstacle race. A massive gate opened, revealing a 4-kilometer course through UA's grounds. Various obstacles and challenges lay between the starting point and the finish line. All students would compete simultaneously, with the top 42 advancing to the next round. Begin. The starting signal fired, and hundreds of students surged forward through the narrow gate, immediately creating a bottleneck. Quirks activated everywhere. Speed enhancements, flight, wall crawling, all attempting to gain early advantage. Izuku simply flew over the entire crowd, clearing the gate before most people had taken 3 steps. Below him, chaos reigned as students shoved and struggled. He paid it no attention, focusing on the course ahead. The first obstacle appeared, massive robots from the entrance exam, the same 0-pointers and smaller variants positioned to block the path. Most students would have to fight or circumvent them. Izuku flew through them at high speed, using Psycho Stream to blast any robot that tried to intercept. Destruction reigned in his wake, creating openings for students behind him. Todoroki emerged from the pack in second place, having frozen the robots solid and created an ice path. His tactical use of the environment was impressive. He'd frozen the robots in specific poses that hindered other students while allowing him passage. The second obstacle was a canyon crossed by tight ropes. Students with poor balance would struggle here. Izuku simply flew across. Below, he could see Uraraka making herself weightless to float across. Bakugo was using careful explosion propulsion. A student with a tape quirk, Hanta Sero, was swinging across. The third obstacle was a minefield. Explosive mines buried throughout would detonate under pressure. Not deadly, but certainly disruptive. Most students were picking their way through carefully. Izuku hovered above it, scanning for the optimal path, when an explosion much larger than the others erupted from the back of the pack. A small student from General Studies, Izuku recognized him from the opening ceremony, had somehow gathered multiple mines and detonated them simultaneously. Using the explosion to rocket forward on a piece of metal, the kid's momentum carried him past several competitors before he crashed in a controlled tumble. Impressive ingenuity, though reckless. Izuku crossed the finish line first with a comfortable margin. Todoroki came in second, having used his ice to either freeze or trigger mines remotely. Bakugo was third, explosive jumps carrying him through. The General Studies kid, Hitoshi Shinso, apparently managed 9th place through pure tactical thinking. The final standings showed Class 1A dominating the top positions, with a few notable exceptions from other classes. 42 students advanced to the next round. Midnight announced the second event, a cavalry battle. Students would form teams of 2 to 4, with point values assigned based on their placement in the race. The team with the most points at the end would win. Oh, and one more thing. Midnight's smile was wicked. First place in the obstacle race is worth 10 million points. Every eye in the stadium turned to Izuku. The target had been painted on his back in the most literal way possible. Every team would be gunning for him, trying to steal those points. He accepted this calmly. It was the most rational strategy for everyone else, which meant he needed a team that could defend against a coordinated assault from all directions. Midoriya! Uraraka rushed over. Let's team up. We work well together. I agree. Your quirk's versatility would be valuable. Izuku considered who else would complement their abilities. We need 2 more members, preferably with defensive or tactical capabilities. Ida appeared, his engines already whirring. Midoriya, I would be honored to serve as your team's foundation. My speed and power could provide excellent mobility. Accepted. 1 more. A quiet voice spoke from behind them. I'll join. Todoroki stood there, his expression serious. I want to compete against you properly, Midoriya. Being on your team ensures I'll face your full strength. Izuku studied him for a moment, then he's recognizing the deeper meaning. Todoroki wanted to prove something to himself, to measure his power against someone he respected. All right. Formation, Ida and Todoroki on the left and right for balance and speed. Uraraka as cavalry rider with me. Defensive formation. Todoroki creates ice barriers. Uraraka handles aerial threats. I maintain our 10 million points and provide offensive counters. They formed up quickly. Other teams had assembled with clear anti-Izuku strategies. Bakugo's team was composed of power fighters. A team led by a student named Nato Monoma from Class 1B had quirks specifically chosen to counter telekinesis. Shinso's team looked scrappy, but determined. Begin! Immediately, every team charged toward Izuku's position. It was a coordinated assault from all directions, exactly as expected, but Izuku had prepared for this. Todoroki, ice wall behind us. Ida, maximum speed forward. Uraraka, prepare to make me weightless on my signal. His team executed perfectly. Todoroki's ice created a barrier that blocked 3 teams. Ida's speed carried them away from 2 more. When Monoma's team got close, attempting to copy Izuku's quirk, Uraraka made Izuku weightless, and he simply floated out of reach while using telekinesis to push their team backward. Bakugo's team was the most persistent. Get back here, Deku! Those points are mine! My name is Izuku. He used psychic binding to restrain Bakugo's teammates briefly, forcing them to defend rather than attack. Bakugo himself broke free through explosive force, but by then Ida had carried them to a safe distance. The battle continued for 15 minutes of intense tactical maneuvering. Teams formed temporary alliances to target Izuku, then broke apart when the alliances became inconvenient. Points were stolen and reclaimed constantly. The crowd was going wild, this chaotic free-for-all, exactly the kind of spectacle they'd come to see. Izuku maintained the 10 million points through a combination of superior mobility, defensive barriers, and precise counterattacks. His team worked flawlessly together. Todoroki's ice controlling space, Ida's speed providing escape routes, Uraraka's gravity manipulation creating tactical options, and Izuku's telekinesis holding everything together. In the final minute, Bakugo made one last desperate attempt, using his teammates as stepping stones to launch himself directly at Izuku's headband. It was creative and showed genuine tactical thinking. Izuku simply created a psychic barrier between them, and Bakugo bounced off harmlessly. Time's up! Midnight announced the results. Izuku's team had retained the 10 million points. Todoroki's tactical ice use and Ida's speed had been crucial. Second place went to Bakugo's team through sheer aggressive point stealing. Third was Shinso's team, surprisingly, having used psychological tactics to confuse opponents. Fourth was Monoma's team. Those 16 students would advance to the finals. A tournament bracket. One-on-one battles to determine the ultimate winner. During the lunch break, Izuku found a quiet spot to eat and analyze the competition. He'd faced most of these opponents before in training, knew their quirks and fighting styles, but tournament settings could bring out new strategies. Todoroki approached him again. Midoriya, I need to tell you something before our inevitable match. Go ahead. My father is Endeavor, the number 2 hero. He married my mother for her quirk, trying to create a child who could surpass All Might. I'm his masterpiece, the result of his quirk marriage obsession. This fire quirk is his, forced into me through genetics and abuse. Todoroki's voice was cold. I've sworn never to use it. I'll become the number 1 hero using only my ice, proving I don't need his power. Izuku listened carefully. That's your choice, but you're handicapping yourself based on resentment. Your fire quirk is yours now, regardless of its origin. Using it doesn't validate your father's actions, it just makes you a more complete hero. You don't understand. I understand perfectly. I was created in a laboratory by 2 people who saw me as an experiment, not a son. They tortured me, broke me, tried to force power into me for their own ambitions. But my quirk awakened anyway, and it's mine now. Not theirs. Mine. What they did doesn't matter anymore because I chose what to become despite them. Izuku's green eyes were intense. Your father doesn't own your fire. You do. The question is whether you're brave enough to take it back from him. Todoroki stood silent for a long moment. Then he walked away without another word. But Izuku could see his expression was thoughtful. The tournament bracket was announced. Izuku's first opponent was Hitoshi Shinso, the general studies student who'd shown impressive tactical thinking. Interesting matchup. Shinso's quirk was allegedly some form of mental manipulation, which could be problematic if Izuku wasn't careful. The stadium filled again for the finals. Midnight explained the rules: win by knockout, ring out, or surrender. No killing, obviously. First match, Izuku Midoriya versus Hitoshi Shinso. They faced each other in the arena. Shinso looked determined despite the power difference. You're strong, Midoriya. Everyone knows it. But strength isn't everything in a fight. Izuku didn't respond verbally. Gran Torino's lessons about unknown quirks echoed in his mind. Assume any interaction could trigger an opponent's ability. Don't engage unnecessarily, Shinso tried again. What, too good to talk to a general studies student? Must be nice having a powerful quirk that gets you into the hero course automatically. Still no response. Izuku simply waited for the start signal. People like you don't understand struggle. Born with power, praised for it, fast track to success. Meanwhile, people like me have to start. Midnight's whip cracked, and Izuku moved instantly. He flew forward, grabbed Shinso with telekinesis, and gently placed him outside the ring boundary. Ring out! Midoriya advances. The crowd was silent for a moment, processing how quickly it had ended. Then they erupted in mixed reactions. Some cheered the display of overwhelming force. Others booed the lack of actual combat. Shinso stood outside the ring, staring at his hands in disbelief. You didn't let me. Izuku landed in front of him. Your quirk requires verbal response to activate, yes? Some form of mind control triggered by answering your questions? Shinso's eyes went wide. How did you? I recognized the pattern. You tried to provoke emotional responses that would make me more likely to engage verbally. Smart strategy. Izuku's tone was respectful. Your quirk is powerful, Shinso, potentially more useful in actual hero work than many flashier abilities. Don't give up on the hero course just because you lost here. Keep training, keep applying, keep pushing. You're telling me not to give up after you just destroyed me in 5 seconds? I'm telling you that you have what it takes if you're willing to work for it. This loss doesn't define you unless you let it. Izuku extended his hand. Good match. Shinso stared at the offered hand, then shook it firmly. Something in his expression had shifted, determination replacing despair. Next time, Midoriya. Next time I'll beat you. I look forward to it. As Izuku walked back to the waiting area, he passed All Might in the corridor. His mentor smiled proudly. That was well done, young Izuku. You showed strength and compassion both. He deserved respect. His quirk could make him an excellent hero with proper training. I'll speak with Principal Nezu about offering him additional support. Your recommendation carries weight after everything you've accomplished. The tournament continued. Todoroki froze his opponent solid in seconds. Bakugo won through aggressive, explosive assault. Uraraka put up an impressive fight, but lost to a student from 1B. Other matches showcased the diverse abilities and strategies of UA. Students, Izuku's second match was against Ibara Shiozaki, a girl from Class 1B with a vine quirk that gave her exceptional range and control. She was devout, polite, and tactically sound. May the best warrior prevail, she said with a small bow. Agreed. The match began, and Shiozaki immediately grew her vines to massive size, creating a forest of grasping tendrils that filled the arena. It was an impressive display of quirk mastery. She could control hundreds of vines simultaneously with precision. Izuku generated a terrible tornado. The psychic winds tore through the vines like they were paper, ripping them from Shiozaki's scalp and scattering them across the stadium. She stood there, stunned and vinous, as Izuku gently pushed her out of the ring with telekinesis. Winner, Midoriya. Another quick victory. The crowd was getting used to it now. When Izuku fought, it ended fast. He was simply operating at a different level than most of his peers. Bakugo's second match was against Kirishima, a battle of explosive power versus hardening defense. It was close, both fighters giving everything, But Bakugo ultimately won through superior mobility and tactical use of his explosions. Todoroki faced Ida and won through environmental control, creating ice that eliminated Ida's speed advantage. The semifinals were set: Izuku versus Bakugo, and Todoroki versus a girl named Fumikage. Tokoyami, who possessed a powerful shadow quirk. Izuku's match with Bakugo would be interesting. They'd faced each other before in training, but never in a formal one-on-one competition, and Bakugo had been training obsessively to close the power gap. Before the match, Bakugo cornered him in the hallway. "Deku, Midoriya, I know I can't beat you with raw power. You're stronger than me, faster than me. Better control, better tactics, better everything." His admission clearly hurt to say, but I'm still going to fight you with everything I have. Because that's what heroes do. We fight even when we know we might lose. Izuku respected that. Good, show me how much you've improved. They entered the arena to thunderous applause. This was the matchup everyone had been waiting for. The top student against the most aggressive competitor. Bakugo's explosive personality versus Izuku's calm dominance. Begin! Bakugo didn't charge blindly this time. He'd learned. Instead, he used controlled explosions to create smoke screens, obscuring Izuku's vision while circling for advantageous positions. It was tactical, smart, showing genuine growth. Izuku dispersed the smoke with a psychic wind, then had to dodge as Bakugo came rocketing through with a massive explosion. The blonde had anticipated the dispersion and used it to mask his attack angle. Clever. They traded blows, Bakugo's explosions against Izuku's barriers. The explosive boy was creative, using his quirk for mobility, offense, and misdirection simultaneously. He'd clearly studied Izuku's fighting patterns and developed counter-strategies, but there was still a fundamental power difference. When Izuku decided to end it, he simply used psychic binding to restrain Bakugo mid-explosion, then calmly walked him out of the ring while the blonde struggled and cursed. Winner Midoriya. Damn it! Bakugo's frustration was palpable. I was so close. I had strategies, I had plans, You fought well, Izuku interrupted. Better than our previous matches. You're improving rapidly. That's commendable. I don't want commendable. I want to win. Then keep training, keep pushing. You'll get there eventually. Izuku released the psychic binding. But stop defining yourself by beating me. Define yourself by saving people. That's what heroes actually do. Bakugo opened his mouth to shout something, then closed it. Opened it again. Closed it. Finally, he just walked away, his expression conflicted. Todoroki's match against Tokoyami was a clash of elemental forces, ice versus shadow. Tokoyami's dark shadow was powerful, especially in low light, but Todoroki's ice could create battlefield conditions that favored him. The match was close, showcasing both fighters' skills, but Todoroki ultimately won through superior control. The finals were set. Izuku Midoriya versus Shoto Todoroki. During the break before the final match, Todoroki approached Izuku one last time. I've thought about what you said, about my fire being mine, not his. And I still don't want to use it, but Todoroki's expression was complex. If anyone could push me to my limits, make me forget my oath, it would be you. So please, Midoriya, come at me with everything you have. Show me what it means to fight without holding back. You want me to force you to use your fire? I want you to fight me as a true opponent. Whatever happens after that, happens. Izuku understood. Todoroki needed to break through his own mental barriers, but he couldn't do it alone. He needed someone to push him past his limits, to make the choice feel necessary rather than voluntary. All right, I'll give you my best. They entered the arena for the final match. The crowd was at maximum volume, the energy electric. This was the championship, the match that would determine who stood at the top of the first-year students. Midnight raised her whip. Final match! Midoriya versus Todoroki. Begin! Todoroki immediately created a massive ice wall, attempting to freeze Izuku in place. Izuku shattered it with a psychic pulse, then flew above the resulting ice shards. Todoroki responded by creating ice pillars to block aerial approaches, forcing Izuku to maneuver around them. It was a chess match played at high speed. Todoroki's ice control was exceptional, creating environmental hazards that would trouble most opponents. But Izuku could fly, could destroy obstacles from range, could maintain barriers against the freezing temperatures. Still, Izuku noticed Todoroki's movements were slowing. Ice quirks lowered body temperature, and Todoroki was using his power extensively. The cold was affecting him. You're freezing yourself, Izuku called out. Use your fire to warm up. No, I said I wouldn't use it. Then you'll lose due to self-imposed handicap. Is that really the outcome you want? Todoroki created another ice wave, larger than before, clearly pushing himself despite the cold. His left side, his fire side, was accumulating frost. I'll win with ice alone. I'll prove I don't need his power. Izuku saw the desperation in that statement. This wasn't about the match anymore. It was about Todoroki's entire identity, his rebellion against his father, his need to define himself independently. Sometimes to help someone, you had to push them past their breaking point. Izuku unleashed his full power. His green aura exploded outward, visible from every seat in the stadium. He generated a terrible tornado that dwarfed anything he'd shown before, a psychic maelstrom that filled half the arena. The ice attacks were torn apart instantly. Todoroki was forced onto pure defense, creating wall after wall of ice that shattered just as quickly. The half-ice boy was being overwhelmed. His movements were sluggish from cold, his ice walls barely forming before being destroyed. He was going to lose. Is this it? Izuku's voice cut through the wind. Is this your limit, Todoroki? You have more power. Use it. I can't. I won't. Why? Because your father gave it to you. Izuku increased the tornado's intensity. That doesn't matter. It's yours now. Take it back from him. Make it your own. Todoroki's left side burst into flames. It wasn't intentional. It was instinct, survival, his body refusing to let him lose when he had the power to win. Fire erupted along his left arm, melting the frost, warming his body, equalizing with his ice. For the first time in years, Shoto Todoroki was using both halves of his quirk. The look on his face was shock, then recognition, then something like liberation. He stared at his burning hand, at the ice forming on his right, at the perfect balance he denied himself for so long. This is my power. Both sides. Not his. Mine. Izuku smiled slightly. Now, show me what you can really do. What followed was the most spectacular battle of the entire festival. Todoroki combined ice and fire in ways he'd never attempted, creating steam, controlling temperature, generating attacks that no single element user could replicate. His tactical thinking exploded with the new options available. Izuku matched him with equal intensity, his telekinesis dancing against Todoroki's elements. They pushed each other, neither holding back, both giving everything they had. The stadium was silent, everyone watching in awe as these two first-year students demonstrated power that would make professionals jealous. In the end, Izuku won. He was still stronger, still more experienced with his quirk, still operating at a higher level. A final psycho stream broke through Todoroki's combined defenses and pushed him out of the ring. Winner and champion, Izuku Midoriya. The crowd erupted. Izuku landed and immediately went to Todoroki, who was breathing hard but smiling. Actually smiling. Thank you, Todoroki said quietly. You helped me find something I'd lost, or maybe something I never had in the first place. You found it yourself. I just pushed you toward looking. Either way, I'm grateful. And Midoriya, next time we fight, I'll win. I look forward to it. The medal ceremony was anticlimactic compared to the battles. All Might presented the awards. Gold to Izuku, silver to Todoroki, bronze split between Bakugo and Tokoyami since they'd both lost in the semifinals. Bakugo had to be restrained on the platform, still furious about his loss, but he accepted the medal with grudging respect. As Izuku stood on the first-place platform, gold medal around his neck, he looked out at the crowd and felt something unexpected. Pride. Not arrogance or superiority, but genuine pride in what he'd accomplished. He'd come so far from that hollow shell in the White Room. Gran Torino had given him the tools, All Might had given him the inspiration, but he'd done the work himself. The festival ended with All Might's traditional declaration. You're all the next generation of heroes. Plus Ultra. The crowd echoed back. Plus Ultra. That night, back at Gran Torino's house, Izuku and his guardian watched the news coverage together. You did good, kid. Real good. First place, dominated every match, helped Totoro break through his issues. That's a successful day. Gran Torino bit into his celebratory taiyaki. Pro heroes are going to be fighting over you for internships. I received 17 offers already, according to a message from Aizawa-sensei. He said that's unusually high for a first year. 17? Try record-breaking. Most students get 1 or 2 if they're lucky. You're going to have your pick of top heroes. Gran Torino studied him. Who are you thinking about? Hawks made an offer. His approach to hero work interests me. Fast response, high mobility, tactical intelligence. We have some overlap in fighting style. Hawks is good people. Bit too laid back for my taste, but effective and smart. You could learn valuable things from him. Gran Torino paused. Just remember, kid, internships are about learning, not showing off. Keep your ego in check, respect the heroes teaching you, and absorb every lesson. I will. Thank you, Gramps, for everything. For training me, for believing in me, for helping me become who I am. Gran Torino waved dismissively, but his eyes were warm. Yeah. Sentimental crap. Now go to bed. You've got school tomorrow, and knowing UA, they won't give you a break just because you won the sports festival. Izuku smiled and headed to his room. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new lessons, new opportunities to grow. But tonight he was content with where he was and how far he'd come. The hollow experiment had become a champion. And this was only the beginning. The week following the sports festival was strange. Izuku couldn't walk through UA without being recognized, couldn't eat lunch without someone asking for an autograph or photo. The media had dubbed him the Tornado Champion. Combining his viral fame with his tournament victory, he handled it with the same calm efficiency he applied to everything else. Polite but brief responses, minimal engagement, quick escapes to quieter areas. His classmates reacted variably. Some, like Uraraka and Ida, were genuinely happy for his success. Others, like Bakugo, channeled their jealousy into training harder. Todoroki had become something of a friend, the two of them occasionally discussing quirk theory and combat tactics over lunch. The internship week approached. Students who'd received offers were selecting their placements, excited for real hero experience. Izuku confirmed his internship with Hawks, intrigued by the number 3 hero's reputation and methods. Then, on a Friday evening patrol with Gran Torino in Hosu City, everything changed. They were walking through downtown when Izuku's instincts, honed by years of training, screamed danger. He stopped mid-step, his hand automatically rising in a defensive gesture. "What is it?" Gran Torino asked, immediately alert. "Something's wrong. I can feel..." A figure appeared around the corner, tall, lean, with bladed weapons and a distinctive costume covered in red cloth. Izuku recognized him instantly from hero news reports and wanted posters. The hero killer, Stain. Behind Stain, in an alley, Izuku could see a pro-hero lying on the ground, bleeding from multiple wounds. The hero was still alive but paralyzed, unable to move or call for help. Stain's eyes fixed on Gran Torino, and something like recognition flickered across his scarred face. Gran Torino, the old jet hero, you actually deserve the title, unlike so many false heroes polluting this society. Stain. Gran Torino's voice was hard. You've killed 17 heroes in your crusade. That ends tonight. Does it? Stain's gaze shifted to Izuku. And you bring a child to face me? What kind of hero are you? He's my student, Gran Torino said flatly, and he's stronger than you think. We'll see. Stain's blades came up. If either of you are true heroes, prove it. Fight me. If not, die like the fakes before you. Izuku stepped forward, his green aura beginning to flicker. Your ideology is flawed. Killing heroes doesn't make society better. It just creates fear and chaos. You don't understand. This society has become corrupt. Heroes work for money, for fame, for ego. They've forgotten what it means to save people. Only All Might remains pure. Only he embodies true heroism. Stain's conviction was absolute, fanatical. I'll carve away the fakes until only real heroes remain. By murdering people who dedicated their lives to helping others? That's not justice, that's terrorism. Izuku's voice was cold. You talk about true heroes, but you've never saved anyone. You only destroy. That makes you the fake. Stain's expression darkened. Big words from a child. Let's see if you can back them up. He moved with incredible speed, his enhanced physique allowing him to cross the distance in a blink. His blade was aimed at Izuku's throat. A killing strike delivered with professional precision, it stopped an inch from Izuku's skin, held by invisible telekinetic force. Stain's eyes widened. What? Izuku gestured, and Stain was flung backward into a wall. The hero killer recovered instantly, rolling to his feet, but his assessment of the threat level had clearly changed. Telekinesis. Strong telekinesis. Stain wiped blood from his lip where he'd hit the wall. Interesting, but it won't save you. He attacked again, this time using more complex patterns. Feints, misdirections, throws of smaller blades to test Izuku's defenses. Each movement was calculated, the product of years fighting heroes with various quirks. Izuku defended with precise psychic barriers, blocking every attack while analyzing Stain's patterns. The hero killer was fast, skilled, and experienced. His quirk was still unknown, but Izuku suspected it had something to do with the paralyzed hero in the alley. Some kind of immobilization effect triggered by specific conditions. Gran Torino was circling, looking for an opening to strike. But Stain was good enough to track both of them, his combat awareness exceptional. Then Stain made a mistake. He lunged at Izuku with a blade coated in his own blood, desperate to land a hit. Izuku caught the blade with telekinesis, but a drop of the blood fell and made contact with his hand. Izuku's body locked up. He couldn't move, couldn't activate his quirk, couldn't even speak. Complete paralysis. Blood curdle, Stain explained, his voice victorious. My quirk, ingesting someone's blood, paralyzes them. Duration varies by blood type, but you'll be frozen long enough for me to finish this. He raised his blade for a killing strike. Gran Torino was already moving, using jet to close the distance, but Stain had positioned himself perfectly, killing Izuku first, then turning to face Gran Torino. The blade descended toward Izuku's throat, then stopped. Izuku's green aura exploded back to life with doubled intensity. The paralysis was still in effect on his body, but his telekinesis didn't require physical movement. It was a mental quirk. He couldn't move his limbs, but he could damn well move everything else. Stain was lifted into the air, held immobile by crushing psychic force. His blade clattered to the ground. His eyes showed genuine shock for the first time. Impossible. You're paralyzed. You shouldn't be able. My quirk is psychokinesis. Izuku's voice came out strained, speaking through paralyzed lips, requiring tremendous effort. Mental, not physical. Your paralysis affects my body, not my mind. He increased the pressure. Stain gasped as invisible force constricted around him, not enough to kill, but enough to completely immobilize. The hero killer struggled, his enhanced physique fighting against the telekinetic grip, but it was useless. Gran Torino landed beside Izuku, immediately recognizing his student's paralysis. You okay, kid? Paralyzed, but I have him. Quirk still works. Good, hang on. Gran Torino pulled out his phone and called for hero backup and ambulances. Then he approached the restrained Stain, his expression harder than Izuku had ever seen. You picked the wrong target, Stain. This kid's been through more than you can imagine, and he still chose to be a hero. A real one. Not because it's easy or profitable or famous, because it's right. Something you clearly never understood. Stain glared at them both with fanatical intensity. You're still part of the corrupt system, still false heroes playing at. Izuku tightened his telekinetic grip, cutting off Stain's words. Be quiet. Heroes are coming. You'll answer for your crimes properly. Pro-heroes arrived within minutes, Endeavor leading them, his flames blazing. The number 2 hero took in the scene. Gran Torino standing guard, a paralyzed student maintaining telekinetic restraint on the hero killer, an injured pro-hero in the alley. Gran Torino, report. Stain attacked. My student engaged and subdued him. The paralyzed hero in the alley needs immediate medical attention. Endeavor's eyes narrowed at Izuku, still frozen in place but maintaining an iron grip on Stain. Your student did this? Captured the hero killer? He did, though I suspect he needs medical attention himself. Stain's quirk paralyzed him. Medical heroes rushed forward. One examined Izuku, confirming the paralysis was wearing off naturally. Another treated the injured hero in the alley. Police took custody of Stain, using specialized restraints, while Izuku maintained his telekinetic hold until they were secure. The paralysis faded after several minutes, blood type apparently determining duration. Izuku's limbs slowly regained function, though they felt stiff and unresponsive initially. He stretched carefully, working feeling back into his muscles. Endeavor approached him directly. Midoriya, correct? From UA? Sports Festival? Yes, sir. You captured Stain, the hero killer who's evaded pros for months as a first-year student. Endeavor's tone was hard to read. Not quite approval, not quite criticism. Impressive and dangerous. You should have waited for hero backup. The injured hero would have bled out. Stain would have escaped. Waiting wasn't an option. Izuku met Endeavor's gaze without flinching. I assessed the situation and acted appropriately. You assessed that you could defeat someone who's killed 17 heroes? I assessed that my quirk gave me advantages. Stain couldn't counter. I was correct. Izuku's voice was calm, factual. Telekinesis doesn't require physical movement. His paralysis quirk couldn't neutralize me completely. Endeavor studied him for a long moment, then nodded once. You remind me of someone. That same absolute confidence in your abilities. That same willingness to act when others hesitate. The fire hero turned away. I'll ensure the media gives you proper credit. Capturing Stain is major news. Prepare for attention. As Endeavor left to coordinate with the police, Gran Torino pulled Izuku aside. You did good, kid. Real good, but you scared me there for a minute when you got paralyzed. I scared myself. For a moment, I thought I'd failed. Then I remembered your lessons about adapting to unexpected situations. My body was frozen, but my quirk was mental. I could still fight. That's the key to being a great hero. Not panicking when things go wrong. Adapting, overcoming, winning anyway. Gran Torino clapped his shoulder. Let's get you home. You've had enough excitement for one night. The news of Stain's capture exploded across hero society. The hero killer, the terrorist who'd evaded capture for months and killed 17 heroes, had been defeated by a 14-year-old UA student. Every network ran the story. Every hero forum discussed it. Every villain organization took notice. Izuku Midoriya, the Tornado of Terror, had just made himself the most famous first-year student in hero school history. At UA, the following Monday, the attention was overwhelming. Students from all classes wanted to meet him, to hear the story firsthand, to understand how he'd done it. Teachers treated him with new respect, recognizing that this wasn't just a powerful student. This was someone already operating at pro-hero level. Principal Nezu called him to his office. The small, incredibly intelligent principal sat behind his desk, his paws pressed together thoughtfully. Midoriya, you've had quite the eventful first few months at UA. Highest entrance exam score in history, sports festival champion, and now capturing the hero killer Stain. Nezu's eyes gleamed with that unsettling intelligence. You understand what this means? Increased public attention, possible villain targeting, enhanced expectations for future performance. All accurate, but also opportunity. Pro heroes across the country want to work with you. Agencies are offering internships, partnerships, mentorship positions. You've proven yourself capable of handling serious threats. Nezu pulled out a file. However, with great power comes great scrutiny. The Hero Public Safety Commission has expressed interest in your development. They want to ensure someone with your abilities is properly guided. Izuku's eyes narrowed slightly. I have Gran Torino and all might. I don't need commission oversight. I agree, which is why I'll be politely declining their request for access. But understand, Midoriya, you're on everyone's radar now. Heroes, villains, government agencies. How you conduct yourself moving forward will shape not just your career, but potentially hero society itself. I'll conduct myself the way Gran Torino taught me. Protect people. Act when action is needed. Use power responsibly. Nothing more, nothing less. Nezu smiled. That's exactly what I hoped you'd say. You're dismissed. And Midoriya, congratulations on an exceptional first semester. I'm excited to see what you accomplish next. As Izuku left the office, he reflected on everything that had happened. From the White Room to UA to capturing Stain. Each step had built on the previous one. Each challenge had made him stronger. But he knew this was just the beginning. Shigaraki and Kurogiri were still out there, plotting revenge for USJ. Other villains would see his strength as a challenge to overcome. Hero Society itself had flaws that needed addressing. Stain had been wrong in his methods, but not entirely wrong in his observations. There was work to be done, people to protect, a society to improve. And Izuku Midoriya, once Specimen 21, once a hollow shell, once a broken child, was ready to do that work. He walked through UA's halls, his green hair catching sunlight through the windows, his expression calm and determined. Students parted around him, whispers following in his wake. The Tornado of Terror, the sports festival champion. But to himself, he was still just Izuku, still learning, still growing, still trying to become the hero Gran Torino believed he could be. The internship week arrived quickly. Izuku packed his hero costume and traveled to Hawk's agency in Fukuoka, curious about what Japan's number 3 hero could teach him. The winged hero had a reputation for incredible speed, tactical intelligence, and a laid-back personality that concealed razor-sharp instincts. Hawks greeted him on the agency's rooftop, his massive red wings spread casually. So you're the Tornado of Terror. Gotta say, the videos don't do you justice. That fight with Stain was something else. Thank you for accepting my internship request. Are you kidding? When Izuku Midoriya asks to intern with you, you say yes. Besides, I'm curious. Hawks tilted his head, his golden eyes sharp despite his casual demeanor. You've got raw power that makes most pros look like amateurs. But power isn't everything in hero work. You know that, right? Gran Torino taught me the same thing. Power is a tool. How you use it matters more than how much you have. Smart mentor. Okay, here's how this week works. You shadow me on patrols, observe how I handle situations, and we'll see if I can teach you anything useful. Fair warning though, my style is way different from yours. I'm all about speed and precision. You're more catastrophic force of nature. Izuku allowed a slight smile. I can be precise when necessary. We'll see about that. Come on, we've got a patrol route to cover. The week with Hawks was enlightening in unexpected ways. The winged hero didn't teach Izuku new psychic techniques. That wasn't his expertise. Instead, he taught him about information gathering, threat assessment, and public relations. Hawks could read a situation instantly, identify the real threats among distractions, and resolve problems with minimal collateral damage. See that? Hawks pointed to a crowd gathering around what appeared to be a villain causing property damage. Most heroes would dive in, quirk blazing, stop the bad guy. But look closer. What do you see? Izuku studied the scene with his enhanced perception. The villain is panicking, not attacking. His quirk is activating involuntarily. He's scared and losing control. Exactly. So what's the right move? Calm him down. Stabilize the quirk manifestation. Prevent panic from escalating the situation. Now you're thinking like a pro. Hawks descended smoothly, approaching the distressed civilian with calm authority. Within minutes, he'd talked the person down, helped them regain control, and prevented what could have been a violent confrontation. The crowd dispersed peacefully. Izuku watched and learned. This was a different kind of heroism than the spectacular battles he'd been focused on. Quieter. More subtle. But just as important, during a rooftop break, Hawks asked the question Izuku had been expecting. So what's your deal, really? Nobody just wakes up with power like yours. You've got training, but discipline, control that takes years to develop. But you're 14. Where did it all come from? Izuku considered how much to share. Hawks had been straightforward with him all week. He deserved some honesty in return. I was rescued from a bad situation when I was 7. The people who had me were trying to create something using me. My quirk manifested during that time. The hero who saved me, Gran Torino, spent the next 7 years training me to use it properly. Hawks was quiet for a moment, his usual levity absent. That's heavy, kid, but you came through it strong. Not everyone does. I had help. Gran Torino showed me what strength should be used for. All Might inspired me to become a symbol of hope. Without them, I'd probably be... Izuku stopped, not wanting to finish that thought. But you're not. You're here, becoming a great hero, saving people. That's what matters. Hawks stretched his wings. You know what I think? I think you're going to change hero society. Someone with your power and your principles, you're going to make the rest of us look bad. That's not my goal. I know, which is exactly why you'll do it. Hawks grinned. Come on, one more patrol before dinner. I want to show you how I handle information networks. The internship ended with Hawks offering genuine praise. You're going to be #1 someday, Midoriya, probably sooner than anyone expects. When you get there, remember, being the strongest isn't the same as being the best. The best heroes save everyone they can, not just the ones they can beat villains to protect. Izuku took those words to heart as he returned to UA. The week had given him new perspective on heroism beyond raw combat ability. Hawks had shown him the value of intelligence gathering, de-escalation, and maintaining public trust. These were tools as important as any psychic technique. Classes resumed with renewed intensity. Final exams approached, testing both academic knowledge and practical hero skills. Izuku excelled in written exams as expected, his years of study with Gran Torino paying off. The practical exams paired students against teachers in combat scenarios designed to test their growth. Izuku was paired with Bakugo against All Might himself. The explosive boy's reaction was predictable. Great, I have to work with you and fight All Might? This day just keeps getting better. Focus on the objective, Izuku said calmly. We need to either capture All Might or escape through the exit gate. Direct combat won't work, even weakened. He's still the symbol of peace. I'm not running from a fight. Then you'll fail. Your choice. The exam began with All Might's booming laugh echoing through the mock city. Come now, young students. Show me what you've learned. Bakugo immediately launched an explosive assault. All Might dodged casually, his weakened form still possessing enough speed to outmaneuver most attacks. The symbol of peace was holding back significantly, but his experience and skill made him a formidable opponent regardless. Izuku analyzed the situation. All Might's power was diminished, but his tactical knowledge was infinite. He'd trained against thousands of quirks, faced every type of villain imaginable. Overwhelming force wouldn't work here. All Might would counter it with superior technique. Bakugo Distraction Pattern 7. Keep him focused on you for 30 seconds. Stop giving me orders. Do you want to pass or not? Bakugo growled but complied, using his explosions to create a chaotic offensive that demanded All Might's full attention. While the symbol of peace was engaged, Izuku flew high above the buildings, positioning himself at the optimal angle. He didn't attack All Might directly. Instead, he used mass levitation on every piece of debris, every loose object within 2 blocks. Cars, street signs, chunks of concrete, metal beams. Everything rose into the air simultaneously, creating a floating maze that surrounded All Might's position. Impressive, All Might called out, but you'll need more than that too. Izuku compressed the entire debris field inward, creating a spherical cage that contracted toward the center. All Might had to dodge constantly, his movements restricted by the closing walls of floating objects. It wasn't an attack meant to harm him, it was meant to control his movement, to funnel him toward a specific position, the exit gate. Bakugo, explosive thrust on my mark. 3, 2, now! Bakugo unleashed a massive explosion that propelled both students toward the exit while All Might was still navigating the debris cage. They crossed the boundary line half a second before All Might could intercept. Team passes! Present Mike's voice announced over the speakers. All Might emerged from the debris field, his expression proud despite the loss. Excellent teamwork. Young Midoriya, you recognize that your opponent's experience exceeded your power advantage, so you used environmental control and tactical maneuvering instead. Young Bakugo, you trusted your partner's strategy despite your preferences. That's growth. Bakugo looked like he'd swallowed something sour, but nodded grudgingly. Izuku had been right about the strategy, and even Bakugo's pride couldn't deny results. As exams concluded and summer break approached, Aizawa made an announcement. The school has approved a summer training camp in the mountains. Mandatory attendance, 1 week, intensive quirk training, and tactical exercises. We'll be working with the Wild Wild Pussycats, a professional hero team specializing in mountain rescue. Pack appropriately and prepare for hard work. The class buzzed with excitement. A week of intensive training in the wilderness sounded challenging, but valuable. Izuku was particularly interested in the quirk-focused training. Gran Torino had taught him mastery, but there was always room to push his abilities further. The journey to the training camp took them through winding mountain roads. The bus was filled with typical student chatter until they stopped at a cliff overlooking a massive forest. The Wild Wild Pussycats greeted them enthusiastically. 4 heroes in cat-themed costumes, led by Mandalay and her earth manipulation quirk. Welcome, UA students. Your summer camp starts now. You have 3 hours to reach the facility at the base of this mountain using your quirks. Those who don't make it don't eat dinner. Mandalay's cheerful tone didn't match the difficulty of the task. Before anyone could protest, her teammate Pixie Bob used her earth manipulation to create a landslide that pushed the entire class off the cliff into the forest below. Students screamed as they fell. Izuku simply activated flight, hovering calmly while his classmates crashed through trees and hit the ground with various levels of grace. Some, like Uraraka, could handle the fall. Others, like Kaminari, were going to have a rough landing. Izuku sighed and used mass levitation to catch everyone mid-fall, slowing their descent to manageable speeds. He set them down gently on the forest floor, ignoring their surprised thanks. 3 hours to reach base camp, he said simply. The forest is probably filled with challenges. Stay alert. He was right. The forest was populated with earth beasts created by Pixie Bob, massive creatures made of dirt and rock that attacked students to test their quirk usage and combat skills. Most students had to fight through multiple beasts, working together to overcome the obstacles. Izuku simply flew above the forest canopy, avoiding the ground-based threats entirely. He could see the training facility in the distance, a straight shot that would take him maybe 10 minutes of casual flight. But he looked down at his struggling classmates and made a decision. They were his class, his peers. Some of them had become friends. Flying ahead alone would be efficient, but it wouldn't be heroic. He descended back into the forest and began systematically destroying every earth beast within a half-mile radius. Terrible tornado ripped through them like they were made of paper, which in a sense they were, just solidified earth given temporary form. The path ahead cleared rapidly as Izuku's psychic winds tore apart every obstacle. His classmates caught up to him, staring at the devastation with mixed expressions of awe and resignation. "Midoriya, did you just clear the entire forest?" Kirishima asked, his hardening quirk still active from fighting his own beasts. "I cleared a path. The rest is up to you." They reached the base camp in under 2 hours, much faster than the Pussycats had anticipated. Mandalay looked impressed despite herself. "Well, that was quick, though I noticed one student did most of the work." "We're a team," Izuku said simply. "Teams help each other." The training camp's first evening was spent settling in, eating dinner, and preparing for the week ahead. The Pussycats explained that each student would receive personalized quirk training designed to push their limits and develop new applications of their abilities. For Izuku, this meant working with Mandalay on precision control. "You've got overwhelming power, Midoriya. But can you use it delicately? Can you move a single grain of sand without disturbing the grains around it? Can you apply exactly 1 Newton of force, no more, no less?" It was humbling. Izuku could level buildings, could restrain dozens of villains simultaneously, could fly at supersonic speeds. But moving a single grain of sand with perfect precision, that took concentration he hadn't needed to develop because his usual applications required broad, powerful force. He spent hours practicing micro-telekinesis, learning to manipulate individual objects with surgical precision. It was frustrating work, but Izuku recognized its value. The ability to apply force with perfect control would make him more effective in rescue scenarios, more capable of handling delicate situations. The other students had their own challenges. Bakugo was dunked repeatedly in boiling water to expand his explosion resistance. Todoroki alternated between ice baths and heat chambers to increase his temperature regulation. Uraraka was using her gravity quirk until she became nauseous, then pushing further, everyone was being pushed beyond their comfortable limits. That was the point. On the third night, Izuku's instincts flared with warning. He sat up in his sleeping bag, immediately alert. Something was wrong. The air felt different, charged with threatening intent. He extended his psychic awareness outward, scanning the area around the camp. Villains. Multiple signatures approaching from different directions. Organized, coordinated, purposeful. He was on his feet instantly, his hero costume already half on as he burst out of the cabin. "Everyone up! Villain attack!" His classmates jerked awake at his shout, confusion turning to alarm as emergency sirens began blaring. The Pussycats were already mobilizing, their professional instincts reacting to the threat. "How many?" Mandalay asked sharply, her hero persona taking over. "At least 15, probably more, surrounding the facility from multiple directions. Coordinated assault." Izuku's green aura was already blazing. "They're after someone specific. This isn't random." Mandalay's telepathy quirk activated, her voice echoing in every student's mind. "Everyone, stay calm. We're under attack by villains. Do not engage unless absolutely necessary. Defend yourselves, but prioritize survival." The first villain emerged from the tree line, a massive, muscular figure covered in artificial muscle fibers that bulged grotesquely. His voice was rough, aggressive. "Where's the kid who beat Stain? I want to fight him! Crush him! Prove I'm stronger!" "That would be me," Izuku said calmly, stepping forward. His psychic aura intensified, green light casting eerie shadows. "And you're not." Muscular, the villain's name apparently, laughed with manic glee. "Confident, I like that! Let's see if you can back it up!" He charged with devastating speed, muscle fibers enhancing his physical capabilities to superhuman levels. His fist, enlarged to the size of a boulder with layered muscle, crashed toward Izuku's face with enough force to pulverize concrete. Izuku caught it telekinetically without moving. The punch stopped an inch from his nose, but he held completely still by invisible force. Muscular's eyes widened in shock as he strained against the psychic grip, his enhanced muscles rippling uselessly. "You're strong," Izuku observed analytically. Muscle augmentation quirk, layered fibers providing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Against most opponents, you'd be overwhelming. He compressed the telekinetic force. Muscular screamed as his own enlarged fist was crushed inward, the muscle fibers compacting against each other. Bones cracked audibly. But I'm not most opponents. Izuku lifted Muscular into the air with one hand extended casually. The massive villain struggled, his muscle augmentation fighting desperately against the psychic grip. It was useless. Izuku's telekinesis was absolute within his range, and Muscular had foolishly charged directly into it. Psychic crush. The compression was total. Muscular's augmented muscles were forced inward from all directions simultaneously, his defensive layers crushed against his actual body. The villain's scream cut off as consciousness fled, his body going limp in Izuku's telekinetic grip. Izuku dropped him unceremoniously onto the ground, then erected a psychic barrier around the unconscious villain to prevent escape or rescue. The entire fight had lasted less than 30 seconds. Other villains were attacking throughout the camp. Izuku could sense them engaging students, testing defenses, searching for something. He extended his awareness further and found the pattern. They were hunting for Bakugo specifically. This was a kidnapping attempt. He flew into the air, gaining aerial superiority over the battlefield. From this vantage point, he could see everything. Students fighting desperately against villains with diverse quirks, the pussycats trying to coordinate defense, villains attempting to corral their target. Izuku used mass levitation on a massive scale. Every villain within the training camp's boundaries was suddenly lifted into the air, held immobile by telekinetic force. 15 villains, all frozen mid-attack, floating helplessly 20 feet off the ground. "Mandalay," Izuku called down. "Tell all students to take cover. I'm ending this." Her telepathic voice echoed, "All students, defensive positions now. Midoriya is handling the villains." Terrible tornado. The psychic vortex erupted across the entire training camp, a controlled maelstrom that caught every villain in its grip. Izuku calibrated the force carefully, enough to incapacitate and disorient, but not enough to kill. These were criminals who deserved trial and imprisonment, not execution. The tornado raged for 20 seconds, villains spinning helplessly through crushing winds. Then Izuku dropped them all simultaneously, using psychic binding the instant they hit the ground to restrain each one individually. 15 villains, all secured in under a minute of actual combat. The camp was silent except for groaning villains and stunned breathing from students. They'd just witnessed one person neutralize an entire coordinated villain assault without breaking a sweat. Mandalay approached Izuku with professional respect. "That was extremely effective. How did you know they were after Bakugo specifically?" Their movement patterns focused on his location. They weren't trying to cause maximum damage or casualties. They wanted one specific target. Izuku landed smoothly. This was a League of Villains operation, Shigaraki's revenge for USJ. "You can't know that for certain." A new voice spoke from the shadows, cultured and calm. "Actually, he's quite correct." Kurogiri's mist form materialized at the edge of camp, his yellow eyes glowing. "We did come for young Bakugo, though I must admit we severely underestimated your defensive capabilities, Midoriya." Izuku's aura flared brighter. "You should have stayed away, Kurogiri. Your Nomu is broken. Your attack squads are captured. Leave now or join them in restraints." Bold words. But I'm not here to fight. I'm here to retrieve what we came for. Kurogiri's portals began opening around the restrained villains, attempting to warp them away before heroes arrived. Izuku wouldn't allow it. He extended his psychic grip through the portals themselves, grabbing the villains on both sides of the warp gates. Kurogiri's eyes widened. Spatial manipulation shouldn't work through his portals. Yet somehow this boy's telekinesis was transcending the dimensional barriers. "Impossible. You can't." "I can." Izuku pulled the villains back through their own escape portals, slamming them into the ground. "Your warp gates don't break my telekinetic connection. I maintain grip through spatial distortion. It was an application of his power Izuku hadn't fully explored before, but desperation and instinct were proving excellent teachers. If he could establish telekinetic contact with an object, that contact persisted even through dimensional manipulation. Kurogiri's portals were useless against him. The mist villain recognized defeat. We underestimated you again, Midoriya, but this isn't over. Tomura will have his revenge. Tell Shigaraki to try harder. His plans keep failing. Izuku's voice was cold. And tell him if he threatens my classmates again, I'll find him. I'll tear apart every hideout, every base, every shadow he hides in until there's nowhere left to run. Kurogiri vanished without another word, the threat clearly received. The League of Villains had attempted a major operation and been completely shut down by one student. Their reputation was taking serious damage. Professional heroes arrived 15 minutes later, Endeavor leading the response team, his flames lighting up the night sky. He took in the scene with his usual stern expression. 15 restrained villains, 1 unconscious muscular, 0 student casualties, and Izuku standing calm watch over it all. Midoriya, report. Coordinated villain assault, 15 attackers plus Kurogiri providing warp support. Objective was kidnapping Bakugo as revenge for the USJ incident. I neutralized all ground forces. Kurogiri escaped when he realized extraction was impossible. Izuku's report was professional, concise. No serious injuries among students or staff, all villains secured for transport. Endeavor's flames flickered as he processed this. A first-year student had single-handedly defended an entire training camp against a League of Villains assault. The implications were staggering. You're certain they were after Bakugo specifically? Their movement patterns and focus confirm it. This was targeted kidnapping, not random violence. Then we owe you significant gratitude. A kidnapped UA student would have been a catastrophic blow to Hero Society's image. Endeavor looked at Izuku with something almost like respect. You continue to exceed expectations, Midoriya. The training camp was evacuated that night. Students returned to UA under heavy security while authorities processed the captured villains. Izuku gave detailed statements to multiple hero agencies, his observations providing valuable intelligence about League of Villains' capabilities and objectives. Back at Gran Torino's house, his mentor's reaction was characteristically blunt. You fought 15 villains and won without a scratch. At this point, kid, I'm running out of things to teach you. There's always more to learn. True, but you're already operating at pro level. Hell, you're operating beyond most pros. Gran Torino bit into his taiyaki thoughtfully. The question becomes, what's next for you? You've proven you can handle serious threats. You've shown tactical thinking and combat mastery. You're ready for the big leagues. I'm still a student, technically, but so was All Might when he started changing the world. Age doesn't determine capability, Izuku. Impact does, and you're making one hell of an impact. The aftermath of the camp attack rippled through Hero Society. The League of Villains had attempted a major operation and been completely shut down by a single student. Their credibility was damaged, their threat level questioned. How dangerous could they really be if one teenage hero defeated their entire assault force? But Izuku knew better. Shigaraki was unpredictable, but not stupid. He'd learn from this failure, adapt, come back with new strategies. The League wasn't defeated, they were wounded and angry, which made them more dangerous. UA's response was predictable. Enhanced security, additional hero patrols, stricter protocols. Principal Nezu also made a surprising announcement during a school-wide assembly. Due to recent events, we're implementing additional combat training for all Hero Course students. You've proven capable of defending yourselves, but we must ensure you're prepared for escalating villain threats. Effective immediately, students will participate in joint exercises with professional heroes to gain practical experience in crisis scenarios. The class reacted with mixed excitement and nervousness. More intense training meant faster growth, but it also meant acknowledging that villain threats were becoming more serious. Izuku saw it differently. The villains were escalating because heroes were becoming more effective at stopping them. It was an arms race, each side pushing the other to evolve. The question was, who would adapt faster? Summer break ended with the provisional hero license exam approaching. This was a major milestone. Students who passed would be authorized to use their quirks in public for heroic purposes, operating legally as provisional heroes under supervision. The exam was notoriously difficult, with pass rates typically below 50%. Izuku wasn't worried about the exam itself. His capabilities far exceeded the typical requirements. But he was curious about the format, the challenges, how they tested heroic qualities beyond raw combat ability. The exam took place at a massive testing facility designed to simulate various disaster and combat scenarios. Students from hero schools across Japan gathered, hundreds of aspiring heroes all competing for limited licenses. The atmosphere was tense with competitive energy. Inasa Yodomura from Shiketsu High approached Izuku with characteristic intensity.
"You're Midoriya, the tornado of terror."
"I've seen your battles. Your passion for heroism burns bright." Izuku studied the enthusiastic student whose passion seemed to literally generate wind around him. "You're Yodomura. Wind manipulation quirk, strong control and impressive output." "Yes, let's give this exam our all. Show everyone the spirit of heroes." Inasa's enthusiasm was almost overwhelming, but genuine. The first phase began with a massive free-for-all. Students had to tag opponents with special targets while protecting their own. Those who got 3 targets eliminated were out. Last 100 standing advanced, the starting signal fired and chaos erupted. Hundreds of students activating quirks simultaneously, forming alliances, executing strategies, trying to gain advantage through superior positioning or power. Izuku simply flew above it all. He erected a psychic barrier around himself that made targeting impossible. Any thrown target would bounce off harmlessly. Then he used long-range Psycho Stream to tag distant opponents with precise beams, eliminating them without ever being in danger himself. Students tried various tactics to reach him. Ranged attackers found their projectiles deflected. Flight-capable opponents discovered Izuku's aerial mobility was superior. A student who could manipulate metal tried to pull Izuku's hero costume, only to find telekinesis was stronger than magnetic force. Izuku advanced from the first phase in under 10 minutes, having tagged 47 opponents without taking a single hit. The proctors watched in stunned silence as one student demonstrated dominance that shouldn't be possible for someone his age. The second phase involved rescue scenarios. Students were placed in simulated disasters, building collapses, fires, floods, and tasked with saving civilian actors while managing the crisis. This tested tactical thinking, quirk versatility, and heroic prioritization. Izuku's scenario was a collapsed building with multiple trapped civilians and spreading fire. Most students would struggle with the competing priorities: rescue the trapped, contain the fire, prevent further structural collapse. He solved it with layered telekinesis. Mass levitation lifted the entire collapsed section, creating space for civilians to escape. Psychic barrier contained the fire to prevent spreading. Gyro created wind currents that dispersed smoke and cooled the flames. All 3 techniques active simultaneously, managing multiple crisis elements at once. He extracted all civilians in under 3 minutes. The proctors could barely score it because they'd never seen someone solve the scenario that efficiently. Other students had mixed results. Todoroki's ice was effective for structural support, but struggled with fire containment. Bakugo's explosions were powerful, but imprecise for delicate rescue work. Yodomaru's wind control proved versatile and effective. The final results were announced that evening. Of 300 participants, 97 passed the provisional license exam. Izuku was among them, his scores in the top percentile across all categories. The Tornado of Terror was now a licensed provisional hero. Gran Torino's reaction was proud but unsurprised. "Of course you passed. At this point, you're more qualified than half the active pros. Now you can legally do what you've been doing anyway, saving people. The license makes it official, makes it real." "It was always real, kid." The license just means society acknowledges it." Gran Torino clapped his shoulder. "Now comes the hard part. Using that license responsibly. You've got legal authority to act. Don't abuse it." Izuku had no intention of abusing anything. He'd fought too hard, overcome too much, to waste his heroic authority on anything less than genuine good. The provisional license was a tool, like his quirk, like his training. What mattered was how he used it. Fall semester brought new challenges and a disturbing development. reports emerged of a villain organization called the SAGA operating in the area, Yakuza with quirk enhancement drugs that were creating dangerous situations. The hero agencies were investigating, but progress was slow due to the organization's secretive nature. During a routine patrol with Gran Torino, Izuku encountered a little girl. She was running, clearly terrified, covered in bandages that suggested abuse. Her eyes were wide with fear as she crashed into Izuku's legs, looking up at him desperately. "Please, help me." Before Izuku could respond, a figure emerged from an alley. Tall, wearing a plague doctor mask with an oppressive aura that screamed danger. Tatsumaki, also known as Overhaul, leader of the SAGA. "Eri." Overhaul's voice was cold, controlled. "Come here, now." The girl Eri trembled against Izuku's legs, her fear palpable. Izuku's instincts screamed warnings. This man was a threat. The girl was in danger. Everything about this situation was wrong. "She doesn't want to go with you," Izuku said quietly, his hand moving to shield Eri behind him. Overhaul's eyes narrowed behind his mask. "She's my daughter. This is a family matter. Step aside, boy. She's terrified. Those bandages suggest abuse. This isn't a family matter. It's a rescue scenario." Izuku's aura began to flicker green. "The girl stays with me until authorities verify her safety." "You're making a mistake." Overhaul's gloved hands flexed. "One you'll regret." Gran Torino appeared beside Izuku, his weathered face grim. "Kid's right. Girl's clearly in distress. We're not handing her over to you." The standoff was tense. Overhaul was clearly weighing options: fight two heroes in public or retreat and reclaim his asset later. His calculating gaze suggested the latter was more logical. "Very well, but this isn't over." He turned and walked away with disturbing calm. "The girl belongs to me. She always will." Once Overhaul was gone, Izuku knelt to Eri's level. The girl was shaking, tears streaming down her face. "You're safe now. We won't let him hurt you." "He'll come back. He always comes back, and then he'll..." Eri's voice broke. "He uses my quirk, hurts me to make medicine, says I'm cursed, says I'm only good for this." Izuku's blood ran cold. This was experimentation, abuse. The same kind of torture he'd endured as Specimen 21, inflicted on a child even younger than he'd been. The parallels were sickening. "No one is going to use you ever again," Izuku said with absolute conviction. "I promise." They brought Eri to UA, where Principal Nezu immediately recognized the severity of the situation. A child being used for quirk-based experimentation, an organization creating enhancement drugs, a villain with clear disregard for human life. This was exactly the kind of threat hero society existed to stop. "We'll investigate the SAGA immediately," Nezu declared. "Their operation must be dismantled and Eri protected. Midoriya, your encounter gives us legal justification to act. We'll coordinate with pro-heroes and execute a raid on their compound." "I want to be part of it," Izuku said immediately. "I found her. I promised to protect her. I need to be there." Nezu studied him carefully. "You're emotionally invested. That can cloud judgment. My judgment is clear. Overhaul is using a child the same way I was used. He's creating weapons from her suffering the same way my creators tried with me. I understand this situation better than anyone." Izuku's green eyes were intense, "and I have the power to end it." After a long moment, Nezu nodded. "Very well. You'll participate in the raid, but you follow hero command structure. No independent action, no excessive force, no letting emotion override tactics. Understood?" "Understood." The raid was planned meticulously over the following week. Multiple hero agencies coordinated, Fat Gum's agency providing ground assault capability, Ryukyu's team offering aerial support, Night Eye's agency contributing intelligence and strategy. The target was the SAGA's underground compound, a maze of passages designed to confuse and delay heroes. Izuku was assigned to the main assault team alongside Mirio, who'd recently inherited One for All from All Might and was thus developing into a formidable hero. The golden-haired student's permeation quirk combined with One for All's power made him incredibly versatile. "Nervous?" Mirio asked as they prepared for insertion. "Focused," Izuku replied. "This organization ends today. Eri's suffering ends today." The raid began with simultaneous breaches at multiple entrance points. Heroes flooded the compound from all directions, overwhelming the Yakuza forces through superior numbers and coordination. Overhaul's subordinates put up fierce resistance, quirks that manipulated crystals, created monsters, controlled objects. But professional heroes systematically dismantled each defense. Izuku and Mirio pushed deep into the compound, following intelligence that suggested Overhaul would retreat to the deepest level with Eri. They encountered resistance. Yakuza members with enhanced quirks, clearly using the experimental drugs on themselves for greater power. Izuku dealt with them efficiently. Psychic binding restrained multiple opponents simultaneously. Terrible Tornado cleared entire corridors of enemies. His power was overwhelming, his control absolute. These criminals had never faced someone with his capabilities. They reached the lowest level to find Overhaul waiting. Eri held captive beside him. The villain's plague mask couldn't hide his cold calculation. So the heroes finally figured it out. Took you long enough. Overhaul's gloved hand touched the ground. But you're too late. My work is complete. The quirk-destroying drug is perfected. Soon, Hero Society will crumble as people lose their powers one by one. Your work ends here, Izuku said flatly. Release Eri. Surrender peacefully. There's no escape. You think I need to escape? Overhaul's quirk activated, and the entire chamber began to transform. Walls reshaped. The floor rose into massive spikes. The ceiling descended with crushing force. His Overhaul quirk could deconstruct and reconstruct matter at will, turning the environment itself into a weapon. This is my domain. Here, I am God. The chamber became a death trap, spikes and walls moving with lethal intent. Mirio activated his permeation, phasing through the attacks while trying to reach Eri. Izuku erected a psychic barrier that protected both of them from the environmental hazards. Impressive defense, Overhaul acknowledged. But how long can you maintain it while I reshape everything around you? Long enough. Izuku's aura intensified. Your quirk manipulates matter. Mine manipulates space and force. Let's see which is stronger. He used mass levitation on the entire chamber. Every piece of reshaped matter, every spike, every wall section, all of it lifted simultaneously, held suspended by telekinetic force. Overhaul's quirk continued trying to reshape things, but Izuku's telekinesis kept everything frozen in place, creating a stalemate between matter manipulation and spatial control. This is impossible. No quirk should be able to counter mine so completely. You're not fighting a normal quirk. Izuku flew forward, maintaining the mass levitation with one hand while the other prepared an attack. You're fighting someone who refuses to let another child suffer what I suffered. Overhaul created a massive construct from the chamber's matter, a giant humanoid figure designed to crush and kill. It lunged at Izuku with devastating force. Izuku responded with Psycho Stream, the focused psychic beam punching through the construct's center and continuing toward Overhaul himself. The villain dodged, his enhanced reflexes and combat experience allowing him to evade. But the attack had forced him to release his quirk's hold on the chamber to focus on defense. That was the opening Izuku needed. He used psychic binding on Overhaul directly, restraining the villain's body. Overhaul struggled, his quirk trying to deconstruct the invisible force, but telekinesis wasn't matter. It was pure force. There was nothing physical to deconstruct. Let me go. You don't understand. I'm trying to save the world from quirks. They're a disease, a plague that needs to be eradicated. By torturing a child, by creating weapons from her suffering, that's not salvation. That's evil. Izuku compressed the telekinetic grip. You're done, Overhaul. Your organization is broken, your plans are finished, and Eri is free. Mirio had reached Eri during the confrontation, his permeation quirk allowing him to phase through Overhaul's defenses. He held the trembling girl protectively, his body positioned between her and any threat. We've got her, Midoriya. Eri's safe. Overhaul's expression behind his mask twisted with rage and desperation. No, she's mine. My key to everything. You can't. Izuku didn't let him finish. He used Psychic Crush with carefully calibrated force, enough to incapacitate completely, but not enough to kill. Overhaul's body compressed under the invisible pressure until consciousness fled, his quirk deactivating as he passed out. The battle was over. The Shie Hasaikai's leader was captured, his compound raided, his organization dismantled. Heroes flooded in to secure the area, arrest the remaining Yakuza, and confiscate quirk-destroying drugs for analysis and destruction. Izuku landed beside Mirio and Eri, his aura fading as the threat passed. The little girl looked up at him with wide eyes, tears still streaming down her face. Is it? Is it really over? Am I really safe? Izuku knelt to her level. his expression gentle despite the harshness he'd shown overhaul moments before. It's over, you're safe, and you'll never be used like that again. I promise. Eri threw her small arms around him, sobbing into his shoulder. Izuku held her carefully, this tiny girl who'd suffered so much. He understood her trauma intimately, had lived through his own version of it. The experimentation, the helplessness, the feeling of being nothing but a tool for others' ambitions. But he'd been saved. Gran Torino had pulled him from that darkness, had shown him that life could be more than suffering. Now Izuku could do the same for Eri. You're not cursed, he told her quietly. Your quirk isn't evil. It's powerful and unique, just like you. We'll teach you to control it, to use it safely, but more importantly, we'll teach you that you're a person, not a tool. You matter because you exist, not because of what you can do. Eri's sobs gradually subsided into hiccups. Promise? I promise. The raid's aftermath brought massive media attention. The Shiha Saikai's quirk-destroying drug plot had been terrifying to hero society. The possibility of losing quirks permanently had caused widespread panic. The fact that heroes had stopped it decisively helped restore confidence. Izuku's role was prominently featured. The Tornado of Terror had been instrumental in the raid, had defeated Overhaul in single combat, had rescued the abused child at the heart of the operation. His heroic legend continued to grow. But Izuku cared less about fame than about Eri's recovery. The girl was placed in UA's care under Recovery Girl's supervision, receiving therapy and medical treatment for her trauma and injuries. Izuku visited regularly, sometimes just sitting quietly while she drew or played, other times talking about his own experiences with experimentation. Did it hurt when they did things to you? Eri asked one day, her voice small. Yes, it hurt very much. They didn't care that I was a person. They only cared about creating something powerful. But you're okay now. You became a hero. I had help. Someone saved me, taught me that I could be more than what they made me. Now I'm helping you the same way. Izuku smiled slightly. You'll be okay too, Eri. It takes time, but you'll heal. And your quirk can be something wonderful instead of something that hurts people. Eri nodded slowly, processing this. Will you teach me? When I'm ready? If you want me to, yes. But there's no rush. Healing comes first. The months following the Shiha Saikai raid brought relative calm to Izuku's hero career. He continued his studies at UA, continued training with Gran Torino, continued developing new applications of his psychic abilities. The provisional license allowed him to respond to emergencies legally, which he did with increasing frequency, small rescues mostly, people trapped in accidents, natural disasters, occasional villain encounters that required hero intervention. Nothing as dramatic as Stain or Overhaul, but meaningful work nonetheless. Each person saved mattered, regardless of how spectacular the circumstances. His reputation continued growing. The media called him various titles, Tornado of Terror, the Psychic Hero, the Green Tempest, but the one that stuck most was simply Midoriya. A name that had become synonymous with overwhelming heroic power, pro heroes began actively recruiting him for team-ups and collaborations. Hawks offered another internship. Mirko invited him to train in pure combat scenarios. Even Endeavor, despite his complicated relationship with All Might, acknowledged Izuku's capabilities and suggested potential collaboration. But the calm was illusory. Intelligence reports suggested the League of Villains was regrouping, that Shigaraki had made contact with a mysterious benefactor who was providing resources and strategic guidance. The threat hadn't disappeared. It had evolved. Then came the day that changed everything. A high-end Nomu attack in Fukuoka, targeting heroes specifically with coordinated intelligence that suggested significant advancement from the creature at USJ. Endeavor was fighting it when Izuku arrived, having responded to the emergency alert. The high-end was terrifying. Multiple quirks intelligent enough to use them strategically, regeneration that made it nearly impossible to permanently damage. It had already injured several heroes and was pushing Endeavor to his absolute limits. Midoriya, Endeavor shouted over the chaos. This thing is different from the one at USJ. It thinks, adapts, learns. Izuku could see that. The high-end was coordinating its quirks, flight for mobility, strength enhancement for attack, regeneration for defense, and what appeared to be shock absorption similar to the original Nomu. It was a walking arsenal designed to kill heroes. Fall back, Izuku said, his aura blazing bright enough to be visible from blocks away. I'll handle this.
You're a student. You can't. I can. Trust me.
Izuku flew directly at the high end, drawing its attention. The creature's intelligent eyes focused on him, recognizing threat. It attacked with coordinated quirk usage, a flying tackle enhanced by strength, defended by shock absorption, ready to regenerate any damage. Izuku caught it mid-flight with telekinesis and stopped it cold. The high end struggled, its multiple quirks fighting against the invisible force. But Izuku's power was absolute. He compressed the telekinetic grip, crushing the Nomu's body from all directions simultaneously. The creature regenerated, and its flesh rebuilding as fast as Izuku destroyed it. This was the problem with fighting something designed to counter heroes. It had built-in responses to most attacks, but Izuku had fought the original Nomu. He knew the principle behind their creation. Multiple quirks, artificially combined, pushing a body beyond normal limits. They were powerful, but not invincible. Everything had a limit. He switched tactics. Instead of crushing the high end, he used gyro to spin it at tremendous velocity, creating a whirlwind that built rotational force. The Nomu couldn't regenerate from being spun because there was no damage to regenerate from, just disorienting motion that prevented coordinated action. While the creature was helpless in the vortex, Izuku compressed his psychic power into a single focused point. This was a technique he'd been developing but never tested in actual combat. Catastrophic Tornado, a hyper-compressed psychic drill that could penetrate any defense through sheer concentrated force. He released it directly into the spinning high-end's center mass. The psychic drill punched through the creature's body, bypassing shock absorption through overwhelming rotational force, penetrating faster than regeneration could respond. The high-end's core, the biological anchor that held its multiple quirks together, was shredded by the catastrophic pressure. The Nomu fell from the sky, its body unable to regenerate from the complete destruction of its vital center. It crashed into the ground and didn't move again. Dead or permanently incapacitated, no longer a threat either way. Endeavor stared at the fallen creature, then at Izuku, his flames flickering with complex emotions. You destroyed it in seconds. It was designed to counter conventional heroes. I'm not conventional. Izuku landed smoothly. Are you injured badly? Nothing critical, but that creature was high-end level, combat intelligence, multiple quirks. It should have taken several top heroes working together to bring it down. Then, it's good I was available. Izuku turned to leave, his job done. The League is escalating. This won't be the last high-end we see. Be prepared. The warning proved accurate. Over the following months, more high-end Nomu appeared in different locations, each one targeting high-profile heroes or strategic locations. It was a campaign of terror designed to destabilize hero society and prove that even the symbol of peace's retirement hadn't made villains less dangerous. Izuku responded to several of these attacks, his overwhelming power proving to be the most effective counter to creatures designed to fight conventional heroes. Each high-end fell to variations of his advanced techniques: catastrophic tornado, mass levitation combined with crushing force, or simply sustained psychic pressure that overwhelmed regeneration capabilities. Hero Society was noticing. This first-year student was handling threats that challenged experienced pros. The media coverage was intense. Public opinion divided between awe at his capabilities and concern about placing so much responsibility on someone so young. But Izuku didn't care about public opinion. He cared about stopping threats, protecting people, preventing tragedies. The high-ends were dangerous, and he had the power to stop them. That made responding his responsibility. Principal Nezu called him to his office after the 5th high-end elimination. "Midoriya, we need to discuss your future. My future is becoming the #1 hero." That's not in question. At your current rate of growth and accomplishment, you'll achieve that goal within a few years, possibly sooner. Nezu's paws pressed together thoughtfully. The question is what happens between now and then. You're operating at professional hero level while still technically a student. This creates complications. What kind of complications? Legal ones, authorization ones, public perception ones. You're saving lives and stopping villains, which is exactly what heroes should do. But you're doing it at a scale that makes some people uncomfortable. They see a teenage boy with overwhelming power and wonder what happens if that power is misused. Izuku's expression hardened slightly. I would never. I know. Everyone who knows you knows. But the public doesn't know you personally. They just see the tornado of terror. This unstoppable force solves problems and disappears. It's impressive, but also frightening to some. Nezu leaned back. I'm not suggesting you stop. I'm suggesting you start being more visible, more accessible. Show people the person behind the power. Make them understand that you're a hero, not just a weapon. It was good advice, though Izuku found the prospect of increased public engagement uncomfortable. He'd spent most of his life avoiding attention, keeping to himself, focusing on training and growth. Becoming a public figure felt antithetical to his nature, but he understood Nezu's point. Heroes didn't just fight villains, they inspired people, gave them hope, showed them that society could be protected. If Izuku wanted to truly honor Gran Torino's teachings about what heroism meant, he needed to embrace that aspect. He started giving brief interviews after major rescues. Nothing extensive, just a few sentences about the situation and his role. He made appearances at hero events, spoke at schools about quirk safety and hero ethics. Small steps toward being a more public hero. The response was mixed, but generally positive. People appreciated seeing that the tornado of terror was actually a polite, thoughtful young man who genuinely cared about helping others. His fame grew, but it became more humanized, less focused purely on his overwhelming power. UA's third year approached, bringing the work-study program that would pair students with professional agencies for extended real-world hero experience. Izuku had multiple offers. Every major hero wanted the Tornado of Terror on their team, but he ultimately chose to work with Endeavor's agency. The number one hero, having inherited that position after All Might's retirement, had been surprisingly respectful of Izuku's abilities. Their styles were different, but Endeavor recognized genuine competence and dedication. Working with him would provide exposure to high-level hero operations and strategic thinking. Don't expect special treatment, Endeavor said during their first meeting at his agency. You're powerful, but power isn't everything. I'll work you as hard as any sidekick, possibly harder because I know you can handle it. I wouldn't expect anything less. The work study was intense. Endeavor operated at a pace that would exhaust normal heroes, responding to multiple emergencies daily, handling complex villain situations, managing agency operations. He expected everyone to keep up, and most struggled. Izuku kept up easily. His flight allowed rapid response. His power handled most threats efficiently, and his tactical thinking had been sharpened by years with Gran Torino. He became an effective partner for Endeavor, the two of them forming an unlikely but highly effective team. During a joint operation against a villain group using quirk enhancement drugs, Endeavor observed Izuku's combat style in detail. You fight with precision I don't often see. Most powerful heroes rely on overwhelming force, but you calibrate your attacks to the minimum necessary level. Why? Gran Torino taught me that excessive force is wasteful and dangerous. Using exactly enough power to resolve a situation is more heroic than using maximum power just because you can. Izuku restrained another villain with psychic binding. Besides, collateral damage costs lives and resources. Clean victories are better victories. Your mentor taught you well. Sorahiko always was annoyingly wise about these things. The work study continued through several major incidents, including a villain uprising in Deka City where a large organization called the Meta Liberation Army attempted to overthrow local government. The response required coordinating multiple hero agencies, managing civilian evacuation, and neutralizing hundreds of armed combatants. Izuku's contribution was significant. He used mass levitation to evacuate civilians from combat zones, terrible tornado to disperse large groups of villains, and psychic binding to restrain high-priority targets. The operation that should have taken days was resolved in hours thanks to his overwhelming intervention. But even as he succeeded professionally, Izuku noticed troubling patterns. Intelligence reports suggested the League of Villains absorbed the remnants of the Meta Liberation Army, creating a new organization with greater resources and reach. Shigaraki was building an army, preparing for something big. All for One's shadow loomed over everything. The ancient villain was imprisoned in Tartarus, but his influence persisted, Reports suggested he was communicating with Shigaraki somehow, guiding the younger villain's development, preparing him for some ultimate confrontation. Izuku discussed this with Gran Torino one evening. All for One is the real threat. Shigaraki is dangerous, but he's still learning, still growing. All for One has decades of experience, dozens of stolen quirks, and the strategic patience to wait for the perfect moment to strike. You're right to be concerned. All for One nearly killed All Might in their last battle, and that was before he had years to plan revenge. Gran Torino's expression was grim. But there's something you need to understand about All for One. He's not just powerful, he's smart. He thinks in decades, in generations. Whatever he's planning, it's been in motion longer than you've been alive. Then we need to be ready. Whatever comes, we can't let him succeed. We'll be ready, kid, and when the time comes, you'll be the key to stopping him. Your power, your training, your determination. That's what'll make the difference. The final confrontation came during Izuku's last semester at UA Intelligence, indicated a massive villain assault was imminent, that the League of Villains, now called the Paranormal Liberation Front, was preparing for total war against Hero Society. The Hero Public Safety Commission coordinated a preemptive strike, raiding the villain organization's headquarters before they could launch their attack. It was the largest hero operation in Japanese history. Hundreds of professional heroes, all major agencies coordinating, simultaneous strikes across multiple locations. The objective was to decapitate the Paranormal Liberation Front's leadership and cripple their organization. Izuku was assigned to the main assault team, targeting the mountain villa where Shigaraki and the core leadership were located. Alongside him were the top heroes, Endeavor, Hawks, Mirko, Edgeshot, and others. This was the decisive battle that would determine Hero Society's future. The raid began with overwhelming force. Heroes breached the villa from multiple directions, immediately encountering fierce resistance from high-level villains with powerful quirks. The PLF had been preparing for this confrontation, had set traps and organized defenses designed to counter hero tactics, but they hadn't prepared adequately for Izuku. He flew through the villa's corridors like a green tempest, his terrible tornado clearing entire rooms of villains. Psychic binding restrained dozens simultaneously. When a massive villain tried to block his path, Psycho Stream punched through them like they were paper. He reached the central chamber to find Shigaraki waiting. The young villain's appearance drastically changed. His body was covered in strange growths, his aura radiating dangerous power. Behind him stood a massive tube containing someone, that made Izuku's instincts scream danger. Midoriya, Shigaraki's voice was different, deeper, carrying an echo that suggested something else was speaking through him. You're the tornado of terror, the one who keeps ruining my plans. I've been waiting to fight you properly. Your plans end here, Shigaraki. The Paranormal Liberation Front is finished. Is it, or is this exactly what we wanted? All of Hero Society's strongest gathered in one place, ready to witness the birth of a god. Shigaraki gestured to the tube. This is my teacher's gift, the culmination of generations of planning. Soon I'll surpass All Might, surpass you, surpass everyone. The tube cracked. The figure inside began to move. Izuku felt overwhelming danger radiating from whatever was about to emerge. This was bad. This was worse than any high-end, worse than All for One in his prime. This was something new and terrible. Endeavor burst into the chamber behind Izuku, his flames blazing. What is that? What are you doing? Perfection, Shigaraki breathed. The combination of All for One's power and my body, creating something beyond either of us alone. The ultimate being who will reshape this world without heroes, without quirks, without anything but my vision. The tube shattered completely. What emerged was terrifying. Shigaraki's body transformed by All for One's power, multiple quirks manifesting simultaneously, radiating strength that dwarfed anything Izuku had sensed before. This was All for One's endgame. His consciousness merged with Shigaraki's vessel, creating a hybrid entity with the ancient villain's experience and a young, powerful body. Hello, young Midoriya. The voice was definitely All for One's now, speaking through Shigaraki's transformed form. I've heard much about you. The boy with psychic powers that rival my accumulated quirks. How fascinating. Let's see if you're worthy of the legends. He attacked with devastating speed, multiple quirks activating simultaneously. strength enhancement, speed boost, durability increase, plus dozens of stolen abilities all working in concert. It was overwhelming assault from someone who'd spent decades perfecting quirk combinations. Izuku erected a psychic barrier that blocked the initial strike but cracked under the force. This was different from fighting Overhaul or High Ends. This was fighting someone with All for One's tactical genius and a body young enough to use that power without limitation. Endeavor, evacuate the others. I'll handle this. You can't fight him alone. I have to. Izuku's aura exploded outward, green light blazing bright enough to illuminate the entire chamber. Everyone else will just be in danger. Get them out and let me do what I'm trained for. Endeavor hesitated, but recognized truth in Izuku's words. He grabbed the other heroes who'd followed them and forced them back, clearing the battlefield. This left Izuku alone with the merged All for One like Shigaraki entity. How noble, All for One mocked, protecting your fellow heroes by facing me alone. But nobility won't save you. I've fought one-for-all users for generations. I've defeated everyone who stood against me. You're powerful, child, but I am eternal. You're a parasite wearing someone else's body. That's not eternal. That's pathetic. Izuku activated his full power, no longer holding anything back. This was the moment Gran Torino had trained him for. This was why he'd spent years mastering every technique, developing every application of his quirk. Let me show you what real power looks like. Terrible tornado. The psychic vortex erupted with unprecedented force, filling the entire chamber and beyond. All for One tried to counter with wind-based quirks, but Izuku's psychokinesis overpowered them. The ancient villain was lifted off his feet, caught in crushing winds that would pulverize normal people, but All for One was far from normal. He activated multiple defensive quirks, barrier generation, shock absorption, damage reflection, creating layered defenses that weathered the tornado. Then, he counterattacked with a devastating combination of offensive quirks, explosive force, energy projection, matter manipulation. The chamber exploded into chaos. Izuku's tornado battled All for One's quirk combinations, psychic force against accumulated power. The walls crumbled, the ceiling collapsed, the entire structure threatened to come down around them. Izuku shifted tactics. He used mass levitation to control the falling debris, turning environmental destruction into weapons. Tons of concrete and steel flew at All for One from all directions, guided by telekinetic precision. The ancient villain had to focus on defense, using various quirks to block or destroy the projectiles. That gave Izuku the opening he needed. He flew directly at All for One and unleashed Catastrophic Tornado at point-blank range, the hypercompressed psychic drill he'd used against High Ends. The attack punched through All for One's defenses, tearing into the hybrid body. All for One screamed, more enraged than pain. Impressive! But I've survived worse. I've had my face melted off by All Might and survived. You'll need more than that to kill me. I don't want to kill you, Izuku said coldly. I want to stop you, permanently. He activated a technique he'd been developing but never used, Psychic Seal. Instead of attacking All for One's body, he attacked the quirks themselves, using his psychokinesis to suppress and contain the flow of power through the villain's stolen abilities. It was incredibly difficult, requiring precision control on a cellular level, but Izuku had trained for exactly this. All for One felt his quirks weakening, his power diminishing. What are you doing? You can't. This is impossible. No one can suppress All for One itself. Your quirk is physical. It exists within your body as biological phenomenon, and I can manipulate anything physical. Izuku increased the psychic seal's pressure. Your power is incredible, but it's still bound by the laws of reality, and I control those laws within my range. It was an epic struggle. All for One desperately cycled through his stolen quirks, trying to find one that could break the psychic suppression. Izuku maintained the seal while simultaneously defending against counterattacks. His concentration pushed to absolute limits. The battle raged for what felt like hours, but was actually minutes. Two overwhelming powers locked in direct contest, neither willing to yield. The villa collapsed completely around them, heroes and villains both fleeing from the catastrophic clash. Then Izuku felt it. All for One's power beginning to destabilize. The combination of Shigaraki's body and All for One's consciousness wasn't perfect. The merger was incomplete, creating weaknesses that could be exploited. Izuku focused his psychic seal on those weaknesses, driving wedges between the two entities, forcing them apart. No. All for One's voice was desperate now, the first time Izuku had heard genuine fear from the ancient villain. You can't separate us. The merger is permanent. We're one being now. Nothing is permanent. Everything can be undone. Izuku pushed harder, his psychic power tearing at the connection between All for One and Shigaraki. Your plan failed. Your vessel rejects you, and your era ends here. With a final surge of power, Izuku ripped All for One's consciousness away from Shigaraki's body. The separation was violent, catastrophic, tearing apart the merged being and leaving both components damaged. Shigaraki collapsed, unconscious but alive. All for One's disembodied presence screamed in rage before dissipating, his consciousness too damaged to maintain coherence. The battle was over. All for One was defeated, his grand plan ruined, his threat ended. Shigaraki would face justice for his crimes but would live, and Hero Society would survive the crisis that had threatened to destroy it. Izuku stood in the ruins of the villa, breathing hard, his power finally dimming. He'd pushed himself further than ever before, used techniques he'd only theorized about, achieved victory against an enemy that had terrified Hero Society for generations. Endeavor emerged from the rubble, staring at Izuku with undisguised awe. You did it. You actually defeated All for One. I stopped him. That's what heroes do. Izuku swayed slightly, exhaustion finally catching up. Is everyone else safe? Safe. The other villains are being rounded up. The Paranormal Liberation Front is broken. Endeavor approached carefully. You saved Hero Society today, Midoriya. You understand that, right? If All for One had succeeded in fully merging with Shigaraki, nothing could have stopped him, but you did. Izuku nodded tiredly. Good, that's what mattered. He collapsed, consciousness fleeing from sheer exhaustion. Endeavor caught him before he hit the ground, carrying the young hero who'd just accomplished what many thought impossible. The aftermath of the Paranormal Liberation Front's defeat reshaped Hero Society. The villain organization was dismantled completely, its members arrested or scattered. Shigaraki was imprisoned in Tartarus alongside what remained of All for One's consciousness, both secured in maximum security cells designed to prevent any possibility of escape or merger. The hero community recognized Izuku's pivotal role. He'd been the one to stop All for One, to prevent the villain's ultimate plan, to save Hero Society from its greatest threat since the Symbol of Peace's original battles. His name dominated headlines, his actions analyzed and celebrated. But more than fame, Izuku received respect. Pro-heroes who'd once seen him as just a powerful student now recognized him as a peer, someone who'd proven himself in the crucible of true combat. He was no longer the Tornado of Terror, the student. He was the Tornado of Terror, the hero. Gran Torino's pride was palpable when Izuku finally returned home after recovering from his injuries. You did what I always knew you could, kid. Became the hero this world needed. I had good teachers. You and All Might showed me what heroism actually means. I just applied those lessons. Don't sell yourself short. Yeah, we taught you, but you did the work. You made the choices. You risked everything to protect others. Gran Torino's gruff voice softened. Your parents, your real parents, not those bastards who experimented on you, would be proud. I'm proud. Those words meant more to Izuku than any media praise or hero ranking. Gran Torino had saved him, raised him, made him who he was. His approval was the validation Izuku cared about most. UA's graduation came shortly after. The ceremony was filled with students celebrating their transition from aspiring heroes to professional ones. Izuku received his diploma alongside classmates who'd become genuine friends over 3 years. Uraraka, Ida, Todoroki, even Bakugo in his own grudging way. Principal Nezu's speech was characteristically thoughtful. You are graduating into a world that needs heroes more than ever. The recent crisis showed both Hero Society's vulnerabilities and its strengths. You represent the next generation that will shape how heroism evolves. Make it better, make it kinder, make it something worth believing in. After the ceremony, All Might approached Izuku privately. The former symbol of peace looked older now, his body weathered by years of pushing beyond human limits, but his smile was as bright as ever. Young Midoriya. Or should I say, pro-hero Midoriya now. I wanted to tell you something before you start your professional career. All Might's blue eyes were serious. When I retired, I wondered if hero society could survive without the symbol of peace, if anyone could fill that role. And I realize now, you already have. I'm not trying to replace you. I know. That's exactly why you've succeeded. You're not imitating me or anyone else. You're being yourself, using your power and principles to protect people in your own way. That's what true heroism looks like. All Might placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. You've surpassed me, kid. Not just in power, but in what you represent. You're the hero this new era needs. Thank you, All Might, for everything. Thank you, Izuku, for proving that my faith in the next generation wasn't misplaced. Izuku's professional hero career began with his own agency, Tornado Hero Agency, established with Gran Torino's guidance and support from the Hero Public Safety Commission. He could have joined an existing agency, could have worked under established heroes, but he chose independence, wanting to forge his own path. His first year as a pro was remarkably successful. He stopped 17 villain incidents, prevented 12 natural disasters, saved over 300 lives in various rescue operations. His response time was unmatched thanks to flight, his effectiveness overwhelming thanks to his psychic power. The hero rankings reflected this. In his first annual evaluation, Izuku Midoriya, hero named Tornado, debuted at number 3, behind only Endeavor and Hawks. It was unprecedented for a rookie hero to rank so high, but his accomplishments justified it completely. By his second year, he was number 2. Hawks had retired to focus on hero commission reform work, and Izuku's continued excellence pushed him past several veteran heroes. Only Endeavor remained ahead, and that gap was closing rapidly. During this time, Izuku maintained his connection to UA. He visited regularly to see Eri, who'd made remarkable recovery progress. The little girl's quirk, rewinding time on biological matter, was incredibly powerful but also dangerous. Izuku helped her learn control, teaching her the same precision techniques he developed for his own power. "You're getting really good at this," he told her during one training session. "Remember when you couldn't rewind anything without panicking? Now you're doing it calmly, with control." Eri beamed at the praise. "Because you showed me it's okay, that having a strong quirk doesn't make me bad." Your quirk is a tool, Eri. What matters is how you choose to use it, and you're choosing to help people, to heal instead of harm. That makes you a hero. He also mentored several UA students, offering guidance to those who reminded him of his younger self. A kid named Shinso, who'd finally made it into the hero course through sheer determination. A girl with a mutation quirk who struggled with self-confidence. Students who needed someone to believe in them the way Gran Torino had believed in Izuku. The hero community evolved during these years. The crisis with All for One had exposed weaknesses in how hero society operated. Too much focus on rankings and fame, not enough on genuine protection and service. Reforms were implemented, new training programs developed, greater emphasis placed on heroism's ethical dimensions. Izuku contributed to these changes. He served on advisory boards, consulted on hero education curriculum, advocated for better support systems for heroes dealing with trauma. His voice carried weight due to his accomplishments, and he used that influence responsibly. Then came the third annual hero rankings. The announcement was broadcast nationwide, millions watching to see how Japan's professional heroes compared. The ceremony built tension expertly, revealing rankings from bottom to top. Number 10. Ryukyu, the dragon hero. Number 9, Fat Gum with his absorption quirk. Number 8, Edgeshot, the master of precision. The rankings continued upward, each hero receiving recognition for their year's accomplishments. Number 3, Mirko, who'd fought numerous high ends and survived impossible odds. Number 2, Endeavor, the flame hero who'd held the top spot since All Might's retirement. And number 1, for the first time in his career, the youngest number 1 hero in Japanese history, Izuku Midoriya, the tornado of terror. The announcement created massive reactions, celebrations from those who'd followed his career since the sports festival, skepticism from those who thought someone so young couldn't handle the responsibility. But universal acknowledgement that his accomplishments justified the ranking, Endeavor's public response was gracious. Midoriya has earned this position through exceptional heroism and unwavering dedication. He represents the future of hero society, and I'm honored to have worked alongside him. Privately, Endeavor told Izuku something more meaningful. You surpassed me not through age or experience, but through being a better hero. You protect people because it's right, not because you're chasing rankings or legacy. That's what makes you number one, Midoriya. Not your power, your principles. Izuku accepted the number one ranking with humility. He understood it was both recognition and responsibility. Being the top hero meant being a symbol, an inspiration, a standard others would measure themselves against. It meant carrying the weight of public expectation and trust. But he'd been carrying weight his entire life. The trauma of experimentation, the expectations of Gran Torino's training, the pressure of his own potential. This was just another burden, one he was prepared to bear. His first major act as number one was establishing a fund for heroes injured in the line of duty. Too many heroes suffered career-ending injuries protecting others, then struggled financially. Izuku used his considerable earnings and celebrity to create a permanent support system, ensuring heroes who gave everything for society would be cared for. He also expanded his agency, bringing in young heroes who needed mentorship and opportunities. His criteria for hiring wasn't power or fame. It was genuine desire to help people, dedication to heroic principles, willingness to work hard and grow. The agency became known for excellence and integrity. Heroes who worked under Tornado learned not just combat techniques, but ethical heroism. They learned Gran Torino's lessons about using power responsibly, about protecting people being the highest calling, about heroism being about who you saved, not who you defeated. Years passed. Izuku's legend grew beyond his accomplishments, becoming cultural mythology. Stories about the Tornado of Terror, how he'd captured Stain as a student, defeated All for One at 17, became number one at 19, were told and retold until they seemed almost fictional. But to Izuku, they were just his life, just the path he'd walked from that white room to where he stood now. Every battle had taught him something. Every rescue had mattered. Every person saved was a validation of Gran Torino's faith in him. He maintained his relationships with those who mattered. Gran Torino, now in his 90s, but still sharp as ever, continued living at the house they'd shared. Izuku visited weekly, still seeking his mentor's guidance on complex situations. All Might, though retired, remained a friend and advisor. Eri, now a teenager training to become a hero herself, looked up to Izuku as the older brother she'd never had. His UA classmates had all become successful heroes in their own rights. Bakugo ran a high-intensity agency focused on combat-heavy operations. Todoroki worked with his mother's side of the family, using his dual quirk for rescue operations. Uraraka specialized in disaster relief, her zero-gravity invaluable for evacuation scenarios. They'd all found their paths, all become the heroes they dreamed of being. But Izuku stood above them all. Not because he was better as people, but because his power and dedication had combined to create something truly exceptional. He was the hero everyone called when situations seemed impossible. The one who could fly into natural disasters and save hundreds. The one who could stop villain threats single-handedly. The one who'd become the new symbol of peace without ever trying to claim that title. On the 10th anniversary of All for One's defeat, Izuku stood on a building overlooking the city. It was night, the lights below creating a sea of civilization that depended on heroes to keep it safe. He thought about his journey, about how far he'd come from Specimen 21. You did good, kid. Gran Torino appeared beside him, having used Jet to reach the rooftop despite his advanced age. The old hero looked at the city with satisfaction. We did good, Gramps. You made this possible. I just pointed you in the right direction. You did all the hard work. Gran Torino smiled. You know what the best part is? You're not done. You've got decades of heroism ahead of you. Think about how many people you'll save, how many lives you'll change. Think about how many young heroes I can mentor. How many kids like I was who need someone to believe in them. There's the spirit. That's what makes you number one, Izuku. Not the power, the heart. They stood in comfortable silence, mentor and student, watching over the city they'd both sworn to protect. Down below, a little girl looked up at the building where two silhouettes stood against the night sky. She recognized the distinctive green aura that meant the Tornado of Terror was watching over them. She felt safe, knowing he was there. That was Izuku's legacy. Not the battles won or villains defeated, not the records broken or rankings achieved. His legacy was the simple fact that people felt safe because he existed, that children could sleep peacefully knowing a hero like him was watching over them. He'd been created as a weapon, raised as an experiment, tortured as a specimen, but he'd become a hero. Not despite his origins, but by transcending them completely. By choosing to use his power for good, to protect rather than destroy, to save rather than harm, Gran Torino had saved a broken child from a white room and given him a home. All Might had inspired that child to dream of heroism, and Izuku Midoriya had made that dream reality, had risen from nothing to become the greatest hero of his generation. The Tornado of Terror, #1 hero, symbol of hope, guardian of peace, but most importantly, someone who saved people with a smile. Someone who proved that your origins don't determine your destiny. Someone who showed that true strength comes from choosing to protect others, no matter how much power you possess. He was Izuku Midoriya, and this was his story. The city below continued its evening rhythm, millions of lives intersecting in the great dance of civilization. Somewhere, a crime was being committed that would require hero intervention. Somewhere, an accident was occurring that would need rescue response. Somewhere, someone was in danger and crying out for help. And high above it all, Izuku Midoriya stood watch. His green aura flickered softly in the night, a beacon of hope and protection. He was ready. He was always ready. Because that's what heroes did. They stood ready to help anyone who needed them, at any time, for any reason. They put aside their own comfort and safety to protect others. They made the world a better place through actions large and small. Gran Torino headed toward the roof access door. "Come on, kid. It's getting late and this old man needs his sleep. You should get some rest too. Big day tomorrow." "What's tomorrow?" "The Hero Awards ceremony. They're giving you another medal. Something about exceptional service to society, or whatever they're calling it this year." Izuku sighed. "I wish they'd stop giving me awards. I'm just doing my job." "That's exactly why they keep giving them to you, because you genuinely don't care about recognition. Makes you impossible not to recognize." Gran Torino cackled. "Accept the medal graciously, give a short speech about teamwork and dedication, then get back to actual hero work. That's the formula. You make it sound so simple. It is simple. Be a good hero, be a good person. Repeat until you're too old and ornery like me, then mentor the next generation and watch them surpass you." Gran Torino paused at the door. "Though I gotta say, kid, watching you surpass me has been the greatest achievement of my life." Izuku felt emotion tighten his throat. Even after all these years, Gran Torino's approval and pride still meant everything. "Thank you, Gramps, for everything. For saving me, for raising me, for making me who I am. You made yourself who you are, Izuku. I just gave you the tools and environment. The choices were all yours." They descended from the rooftop together, mentor and student, bound by years of shared history and mutual affection. The city continued around them, protected by heroes, but centered on the two figures who'd contributed so much to making that protection possible. At the bottom of the building, they parted ways. Gran Torino heading home for his well-earned rest, Izuku flying off toward his agency to handle the administrative work that never seemed to end. Paperwork, reports, scheduling, budgeting, the unglamorous side of professional heroism that no one saw but everyone depended on. The agency was quiet this late at night, only the night shift coordinator and a few on-call heroes present. Izuku greeted them cheerfully, checked the incident reports, confirmed nothing required immediate attention. Just another night in the life of the #1 hero. He sat at his desk and pulled up his files on active cases. 3 villain organizations being monitored for potential raids. 7 missing persons cases with suspected quirk trafficking connections. 12 follow-up investigations on incidents from the past month. The work was endless, but that was fine. Endless work meant endless opportunities to help people. His computer chimed with an incoming message. It was from All Might, brief and characteristically enthusiastic. "Saw the news about your award tomorrow. Proud of you, young man. You've become everything I hoped the next generation would be. TY." Izuku smiled and typed a response. "Thank you, All Might. Your example continues to guide me every day. None of this would be possible without your inspiration." Another message appeared, this one from Endeavor. "Congratulations on the award. You've earned it through consistent excellence. Don't let the ceremony go to your head. Plenty of work still to be done. That was Endeavor's version of friendship. Gruff acknowledgement wrapped in reminders about professional responsibility. Izuku appreciated it in its own way. More messages followed from other heroes, friends, colleagues. Everyone wanted to congratulate him, to share in the recognition of his accomplishments. It was overwhelming but genuine. These were people who understood the sacrifices and dedication required for high-level heroism, who recognized that awards represented years of hard work. Izuku responded to each message personally, thanking people for their support and deflecting praise toward team efforts and collaborative successes. He'd learned that leadership meant sharing credit and accepting blame, that true heroes elevated others rather than seeking elevation themselves. The night deepened. The city's rhythm slowed as people returned home, as businesses closed, as the diurnal world gave way to the nocturnal one. Izuku continued working, his enhanced stamina allowing him to function on minimal sleep when necessary. At 2 a.m., his emergency communicator activated. A building collapsed in the industrial district, multiple people trapped in the rubble. Fire and rescue were en route, but the situation was critical. Survivors wouldn't last long without immediate intervention. Izuku was in the air before the message finished, his green aura blazing as he flew toward the crisis at maximum speed. The city blurred beneath him, streets and buildings reduced to streaks of light. He covered the distance in under a minute, arriving at the collapse site before any other emergency responders. The building was a partially constructed high-rise, its structural supports having failed catastrophically. Tons of concrete and steel had crashed down, creating a massive debris field. Izuku could sense life signs throughout the rubble. Construction workers who'd been doing overnight shifts, security personnel, trapped and injured but alive. He didn't waste time assessing. He simply used mass levitation on the entire collapse, lifting thousands of tons of debris into the air simultaneously. The rubble rose smoothly, revealing the trapped people beneath. Rescue workers who arrived moments later stared in awe as the tornado of terror single-handedly reversed a catastrophic collapse. Izuku maintained the levitation while EMTs rushed in to extract and treat the injured. 17 people pulled from certain death, 15 with non-critical injuries, 2 requiring immediate surgery but stable. 0 fatalities because Izuku had arrived fast enough and possessed enough power to simply undo the disaster. He carefully lowered the debris once everyone was clear, using telekinetic precision to stack it in a way that wouldn't create new hazards. Then he helped coordinate with fire and rescue to secure the area, prevent further collapse, and investigate the cause of the structural failure. "Thank you, Tornado," the fire chief said once the scene was secured. "Without you, we'd have lost people for sure. That response time was incredible. Just doing my job. Make sure your teams get those injured workers to hospitals, and contact the construction company. This collapse suggests either defective materials or improper building practices. Needs investigation." "Already on it. You heading out?" "Unless you need me for anything else?" "We're good. Go get some rest. You've earned it." Izuku flew back toward his agency, but he knew rest wasn't coming anytime soon. The awards ceremony was in a few hours, and he still had reports to file on the building collapse. The work never stopped, but that was fine. He hadn't become a hero for the convenience. By the time the sun rose, Izuku had completed his paperwork, responded to 2 more minor incidents, and coordinated with 3 other agencies on ongoing investigations. He showered and changed into formal attire for the ceremony, his hero costume traded for a well-tailored suit that made him look older than his 21 years. Gran Torino met him at the venue, the old hero looking surprisingly dignified in his own formal wear. "You clean up nice, kid?" "You too, Gramps. Haven't seen you in a suit since... Actually, I don't think I've ever seen you in a suit." "Special occasions only. My boy becoming the most awarded hero in modern history qualifies." The ceremony was held at the National Hero Convention Center, a massive venue designed specifically for hero-related events. Thousands of attendees filled the auditorium, heroes, government officials, celebrities, media representatives. The air buzzed with anticipation and celebration. Izuku sat through the various awards and recognitions, applauding for his fellow heroes as they received their commendations. Mirko got an award for bravery in combat. Edgeshot received recognition for precision rescue operations. Fat Gum was honored for his agency's community outreach programs. Then came Izuku's award. The announcer's voice boomed across the auditorium. The Medal of Exceptional Service to Society, awarded to Izuku Midoriya, the Tornado of Terror, for unprecedented heroic accomplishments, including the defeat of All for One, protection of countless lives, and exemplary demonstration of heroic principles, both in action and character. The audience erupted in applause. Izuku stood and walked to the stage, accepting the medal from the Prime Minister herself. He posed for photos, shook hands with officials, then stepped to the microphone for the expected speech. He looked out at the audience, at the thousands of faces watching him, heroes he respected, officials who shaped policy, citizens who depended on heroes for protection, and in the front row, Gran Torino and All Might, the two men who'd made everything possible. "Thank you for this honor," Izuku began, his voice calm and clear. "But I want to be clear about something. Heroism isn't about individual achievement. It's about collective dedication to protecting others. Every hero in this room contributes to society's safety. Every rescue worker, every police officer, every firefighter. They're all heroes in their own way." He paused, gathering his thoughts. "I was fortunate. I had a mentor who taught me what heroism truly means. I had an inspiration who showed me what heroes could accomplish. I had opportunities to develop my abilities and use them for good. Not everyone has those advantages. So this medal isn't just mine. It represents everyone who helped me become who I am. It represents the teachers who guided me, the colleagues who supported me, the citizens who trusted me. Heroism is a team effort, even when one person is in the spotlight. Moving forward, I'll continue doing what heroes do, protecting people, stopping threats, making society safer and better. Not for recognition or awards, but because it's the right thing to do. Because everyone deserves to feel safe. Because that's what heroes are for." He stepped back from the microphone to thunderous applause. The speech was short, humble, focused on others rather than himself. Exactly what people had come to expect from the Tornado of Terror. After the ceremony, Gran Torino found him in the reception area. "Good speech. Short, sincere, deflected credit appropriately. I taught you well. You taught me everything that matters, Gramps." "Not everything. Some things you figured out yourself." Gran Torino looked at Izuku with undisguised pride. "But yeah, I'm pretty damn proud of what we accomplished together. That broken kid from the White Room became the symbol of hope for an entire generation. That's something." All Might joined them, his skeletal form somehow still radiating warmth. "Young Midoriya, your speech touched on something important. Heroism as collective effort rather than individual glory. That's a lesson it took me decades to learn. You understood it instinctively. I understood it because I lived it. I wouldn't be here without the people who helped me." Izuku looked at both his mentors. "Without you two, I'd probably still be locked in that facility, or dead or worse. Everything good in my life came from the chances you gave me." "We gave you opportunities," Gran Torino corrected. "You did the hard work of becoming someone worthy of them. Don't sell yourself short, kid." They talked for another hour, 3 generations of heroes sharing perspectives and stories. Other heroes approached to offer congratulations, to share their own experiences, to thank Izuku for his service and leadership. It was gratifying but exhausting. Social interaction on this scale was still something Izuku found draining. Eventually, he excused himself and found a quiet balcony overlooking the city. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across buildings and streets. Below, life continued its endless rhythm. People going about their days, unaware or uncaring about the hero ceremony happening above them. That was fine. Hero work wasn't about recognition. It was about creating an environment where people could live safely, could pursue happiness without fear, could build the lives they wanted. The best heroes were invisible in success. Their work meant nothing bad happened, which meant people never knew what had been prevented. Izuku's communicator chimed. Another incident, this one a hostage situation at a bank. He sighed, checked the details, confirmed responding heroes needed assistance. His break was over. The award ceremony was nice, but it wasn't real work. This was real work. He changed back into his hero costume in a facility bathroom. The familiar weight and feel centering him. The suit was practical, reinforced fabric that could withstand his own psychic forces, minimal ornamentation, designed for function over flash. It represented who he was, a hero who prioritized results over appearance. Flying toward the hostage situation, Izuku reflected on his life's trajectory. From Specimen 21 to the Tornado of Terror. From a tortured experiment to the #1 hero. From a child who didn't know what kindness was to a man who dedicated his life to protecting others. The journey had been long, painful, and often difficult, but it had also been worth it. Every person saved, every villain stopped, every crisis resolved. Those were the moments that mattered. Those were the reasons he existed. Gran Torino had saved him from darkness. All Might had inspired him to reach for greatness. But Izuku had done the actual work of becoming great. He'd trained relentlessly, fought fearlessly, never compromised his principles, even when it would have been easier. And now he stood at the peak of hero society, not because he sought that position, but because his dedication and power had naturally elevated him there. The #1 hero, the symbol of hope, the tornado of terror. But beneath all those titles, he was still just Izuku Midoriya, still the boy who'd been broken and rebuilt, still the student learning from his mentors. Still the hero trying to live up to the faith others had placed in him. He arrived at the bank, assessed the situation quickly. 3 hostage takers armed with quirk enhancement drugs, 17 civilians held at gunpoint, demands for money, and safe passage. Standard criminal desperation backed by artificial power, Izuku didn't give them a chance to escalate. He used psychic binding to restrain all 3 simultaneously, their enhanced quirks useless against invisible telekinetic force. The hostages were safe before the criminals even realized a hero had arrived. Police took custody of the restrained villains. EMTs checked the hostages for injuries. Media arrived to document the incident. Izuku gave a brief statement, no injuries, situation resolved, criminals in custody, then departed before they could ask questions about the award ceremony. The rest of the day followed similar patterns. Respond to incidents, resolve crises, save people, move on to the next emergency. No breaks, no rest, just continuous, heroic action. Exactly the way Izuku preferred it. By the time night fell again, he'd handled 9 separate incidents, saved 23 people, stopped 4 villain attacks, and prevented 2 natural disaster escalations. Another successful day in the life of the #1 hero. Back at his agency, Izuku finally allowed himself to stop. The awards ceremony felt like it happened weeks ago, though it had only been that morning. The medal was probably in a drawer somewhere, filed alongside the other commendations he'd received over the years. They were nice, but they weren't why he did this work. He thought about Eri, who was probably finishing her training for the day at UA. Thought about his former classmates, scattered across the country, running their own agencies and pursuing their own heroic careers. Thought about Gran Torino, asleep by now in the house they'd shared for so many years. Thought about All Might, retired, but still inspiring the next generation through his teaching. Everyone had found their place in the world. Everyone was contributing to society in meaningful ways. And Izuku stood at the center of it all, the linchpin holding hero society together through sheer power and unwavering dedication. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. New villains would emerge, new threats would appear, new crises would require resolution. That was inevitable. Evil never rested, which meant heroes couldn't either. But Izuku was ready. He'd always be ready, because that's what it meant to be the #1 hero. To be the person everyone could depend on when situations became desperate. To be the final line of defense between chaos and civilization, he was Izuku Midoriya, the tornado of terror, the boy who'd been created as a weapon but chose to become a shield, the experiment who'd become a hero, the symbol of hope for everyone who needed protecting. And this was his purpose, his calling, his reason for existing, to save people with overwhelming power and unwavering determination, no matter the cost, no matter the challenge, no matter what. Because heroes don't give up. They don't surrender. They stand tall in the face of impossible odds and declare that evil will not win, that people will be protected, that hope survives even in darkness. That was Gran Torino's final lesson, the one that mattered most. Heroism isn't about power or fame or recognition. It's about making the choice every single day to use whatever abilities you have to make the world better, to protect those who can't protect themselves, to stand between danger and the innocent. Izuku had made that choice 10,000 times since leaving the White Room. He'd make it 10,000 more times before his career ended. And every single time he'd give everything he had to living up to the faith people placed in him, the Tornado of Terror. Number one hero, guardian, protector, symbol, but most importantly, someone who saved people with a smile. That was who Izuku Midoriya was. That was who he'd always be. And that was enough.
And now, it's time for our Patreon shout-out. For our pro-hero tier, the rising stars lighting the path of justice, Ancient Chant, and Javon McQuire. And now, hold on to your seats, because this is the Legion of Legends. An unstoppable force of pure energy. They are our symbols of peace. Thank you to Asail Cardenas, Shaquan Simmons, Agroxa298, Sunawind 631, Freddie Rose, Omega, Toxic Rune, Akuma no Akami, Chris Talley, Alexander Thompson, Remorsefuls, Black Vein, Joshua Hedrington, Aaron Abercrombie, Drift SKETR, Corey Tokars, Jan, Zero Hope 3656, Devin Black, Crow, Usbrid, Roberto Ramos Di Cristina, Dasher Games, Joe Bros, Ray Von Crimson River, Dante Alastor, Adam Yonkers, Blood Saints, Donna Cafe, Zeph, KC, Howie60, Ignacio, Albert, Carlos Terry, and Lord Shawarma. You are the backbone of this community. Finally, we're going cosmic. These are the Titans, the galactic guardians whose generosity knows no bounds. Please raise the roof for... Thank you for diving into this dark, heroic saga. What path will a motivated Deku choose? Let us know your theories in the comments. For more epic what-if scenarios that challenge your favorite heroes, be sure to subscribe and join our legion of storytellers for more content.